acting as the governing body of the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Hawthorne is called to order at 6:16 p.m. Madam Secretary?
Roll call. Agency Member Manning. Here. Agency Member Montero.
Present.
Agency Member Patterson.
Here.
Agency Member Reyes English.
Here.
Chairman Vargas.
Here. All right. Thank you, ma'am. The guidelines for oral communications on the successor agency. This is specific to the successor agency, folks. Go ahead.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.3, the public shall directly address the legislative body concerning items that have been described in the special meeting agenda.
Is there anybody who wishes to address the city council on the agenda for the successor agency? See no one, oral communication is closed, so ordered. Madam Secretary, can you read item number 1?
Item 1, resolution number 2024-03. There was a typo on the agenda as a resolution 2024-02 when it should have been 2024-03, approving a recognized obligation payment schedule, ROPS, for the 12-month fiscal year from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, ROPS 25-26, and taken certain related actions. Recommended motion, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution 2024-02 approving ROPS 24-26, a recognized obligation payment schedule for the 12-month fiscal year from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, and taking certain related actions for adoption.
I'll move.
Quick question. I'll second. Mr. City Attorney, was the oral correction, was that sufficient?
Correct,
For the
and
rec-
we're going to ask that you also include in the motion to correct the typo to resolution number 2024-03 instead of 02.
So, Councilwoman English, are you okay with that? Or you want to restate the motion or just follow?
The stated amendment would adopt a resolution with 2024-03
Yes.
versus 02. So noted. So I'll make that motion.
Second. Please vote.
The votes are in. The voting reflects chairman and authority members voting yes.
Is there anything further from agency members or staff? If not, this specific meeting is adjourned at 6:19 p.m. All right, we got about a couple minutes between these meetings so that cable TV could roll up their new tape for the second meeting.
You can just move forward, Mr. Mayor.
Just let me just get some. Logan? All right, you don't need anything else? All right. The December 10th, 2024 regular meeting of the Hawthorne City Council is called to order at 6:20 p.m. Who do we have giving the invocation? Pastor Greg, are you here? Oh, okay. Pastor Greg, could you please lead us in the invocation?
Okay, let's bow. Father God, thank you so much for a lot of things, but thank you for everybody here. Thank you for the City Council. Thank you for the life we've had this last year. Thanks for your blessings. Thanks for your kindnesses. Thank you for the places we had to grow. Thanks for everything. We're grateful. We want to ask blessings on the City Council tonight and everybody here, as well as the people who make the city work, the business people, the school teachers, the kids, Father. We just want to ask a blessing this year. It's been a rough one in a lot of ways for a lot of people. And this year, Father, we just trust that good things will be around the corner for everyone. And thanks for everyone here. Thank you for their lives and that you had them in mind even before the world began. It's a great, great privilege to be here and be alive. So thank you so much. And I ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Councilmember Patterson, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today?
Everybody stand up, put your, well, actually, do we have any veterans in the house? All right, let's give everybody, let's give our veterans a round of applause first. And put your hand on your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for being here. I just want to make sure that you guys understand that we're going to have oral communications coming up in a little bit to discuss any items that might be on the agenda other than those for this public hearing on the issue with the Inglewood property. So if you're going to talk about that, please wait for the appropriate moment when we call for that, okay? I do have some of these requests to speak, so I'm going to try to sift through them and call the people who are here to speak about something else other than that, okay? Is that fine? Thumbs up, middle, down? All right. I use that in my classroom, so it's kind of pretty unique and it helps, right? So thank you guys. Or if anybody was like that, I'd have to explain further, right? So, okay. Thank you guys. I would like to start off by presenting a proclamation, a special proclamation to outgoing Councilmember David Patterson, who's been an integral part of our City Council for the last 4 years. He served as treasurer also, and a lot of key things happened under his watch, so we want to thank you, sir. I'm going to read the proclamation. Everybody here would get an opportunity to say something after I read this. Is that fine? And I just want to make sure that everybody knows that it's no longer just David Patterson, it's Dr. David Patterson. So let's give him a round of applause on his achievement. So the City of Hawthorne, a proclamation for Dr. L. David Patterson. Whereas, with immense pride, we honor Dr. L. David Patterson for his contributions and dedicated service to the City of Hawthorne. Dr. Patterson has made history as the first African-American elected city treasurer, serving with distinction for 7 years, and has further demonstrated steadfast commitment as a valued city council member for 4 years. His expertise in finances has definitely shown with all the ideas that you've come up with. During his tenure, Dr. Patterson has led transformative initiatives that have improved the lives of Hawthorne residents, including the city's first dog park and the installation of modern electric charging stations, EV charging stations. Whereas, Dr. Patterson has served as chair of the Finance Advisory Program, playing an instrumental role in securing Hawthorne's financial stability while improving the community cleanup program. My 311 app communication, he's been a big proponent of that, and the first-time homebuyers program, which he sponsored and he led the efforts to make that happen. Therefore, the City of Hawthorne hereby extends its sincerest thanks and appreciation to Dr. L. David Patterson for his exemplary service, visionary leadership, and lasting contributions, and we wish him, from the City Council and from the community, we wish him continued success in all his future endeavors. This is proclaimed today, the 10th day of December, 2024, and is signed by myself, the Mayor Pro Tem Katrina Manning, Council Member Angie Reyes English, and Council Member Alex Montero. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Let's take a picture before we come up and say some additional great things about him. Let's give another round of applause.
Put a little bit more, so see your center right there. Scoot left, right there, perfect. All right, right here first. Ready? And then 3, 2, 1, and 3, 2, 1. All right, next photographer.
Can you tilt your award? Tilt it.
Excellent. One for me. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Tilt a little forward. It's a little. Thank you.
From the Senate? Councilmember Montero, please.
Thank you, Ms. May. Before, David, thank you very much for all your service, right? Because you, I said, you first African American was a treasurer of City of Hawthorne, and then became a council member. And we sat in a lot of different subcommittees. One of them, the economic development. So your expertise and I think shows that how dedicated you are to the community. You were single dad, doing your doctor program. So congratulations, and I'm pretty sure that you got great things coming on your way. So congratulations again.
Yes.
Anybody want? Let's do a little round table right here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I just want to commend you, Councilmember Patterson, for all the years of service that you provided to the residents of Hawthorne, to hear the city of Hawthorne, your leadership and your roles, not just as a finance elected, but in your role as city council member, mayor pro tem, in serving the residents of Hawthorne. I've had the pleasure of serving with you, along with you, in certain endeavors that we've made in policy. I just want to wish you well. It's not a goodbye. I know things will be coming up in the future that I look forward to seeing you again work hard for and ultimately run for. So with that, I just want to commend you again. We'll miss you, but you're right down the street, literally in the city of Carson, and they're very fortunate to have you there and serving in your role. So again, congratulations, and we commend you for a job well done here in the city of Hawthorne. Thank you.
Hello? David, Dr. David, congratulations on your doctorate. I know you've worked really hard, and I know that education is really important to you. All of the policy decisions that I've made as it regards to education, you've supported me, and I truly appreciate that. I'm definitely going to miss your wit as it regards to business, as it regards to finance. I can definitely appreciate your expertise, and I definitely will miss having you by my side, sharing your expertise. I do appreciate the time that we've spent together, working together, and I wish you well in your future endeavors. And I do expect to attend some of your classes that you're going to be teaching. But I truly appreciate the time we've spent together. And thank you so much for your services to the city of Hawthorne for all these years. You've worked so hard. Thank you, David. Dr. David.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask the Honorable Senator Stephen Bradford to come over here, please. As you know, Senator Steve Bradford has been our senator for 8 years, and due to the term limit, he has to step down. But I'm pretty sure that he got good things coming on his way, right? So I'm going to read this proclamation proclamation for the Senator Steve Greg Bradford. Okay. Senator Bradford has demonstrated wavering commitment to the principle of democracy, justice, and equality tirelessly serving the Constitution of the 35th District in the California State Senate for 8 years with integrity and dedication. Through his leadership and vision, Senator Bradford has championed initiatives that have strengthened our community, support economic growth, improve education, and challenges faced by our constituents. Senator Bradford has consistently upheld the highest standard of public service, fostering collaboration and unity across party lines in pursuit of meaningful and lasting change. Be resolved that we, the people of Hawthorne, together with our civic leaders, do here honor and recognize Senator Bradford for his exemplary service and dedication to the public welfare, celebrating his achievement, and reaffirm our collective gratitude for his contribution to the betterment of our society. Proclaim this 10th date of December 2024. And Senator, we know that you used to be a council member for City of Gardena. You work with Edison, representing this South Bay area. So you have been in the public eye for many, many years, or for decades. And we're not saying goodbye either, because maybe you'll become the lieutenant governor in 2026. So make sure you're starting campaign for Senator Bradford and donate, right? Because that is about that. So at this time, I'm wanting my colleagues to say anything.
Through the chair. We can go that way around.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Senator Bradford, I want to thank you for your service. I have a lot of respect for you and your steadfast commitment for doing what's right, regardless of what other people think. You have a reputation of sticking to your guns and for fighting for the people and fighting for African Americans throughout the state. You've led a lot of great initiatives to protect the community and protect African Americans from being discriminated against, and to bring reparations to the Black community as well. And so we appreciate that from you. Appreciate you always being you, no matter what the environment is, and not kind of playing nice just to play nice, but really fighting for what you believe is right. So I want to thank you for your service. Definitely look forward to your future endeavors, and definitely hope to see you serve in new capacities in the state of California.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
To the chair.
Yes.
Mr. Senator Bradford. We go back a long, long, long way. I would say I got my first appointment from you in 19-something. And so I would say that you basically guided me for many, many years into this space. Always making sure that I'm a part of what's going on. I also appreciate the $60 million you got for the University of Cal State Dominguez Hills, where I got my master's and my bachelor's degree. You've done so many things, in particular the reparations, you sit on the commission for young men and boys, the work that you've done for them. I mean, you've done so many things. We would be here for a few years going over all the great things that you do. Just your Christmas events that you do at Cal State Dominguez, where you give out all the free hot dogs and burgers and Santa Claus and just all of the great things you do in the community. Oh, how can I forget Gardena Jazz Festival? You are the founder of the Gardena Jazz Festival, which I have been going to for many, many years. And I just love the work that you've done for that. You've inspired me in so many ways. When I think about doing things, I think about, did Steve do this? How would Steve do? The other thing that we have in common is the fact that I ran for office 3 times before I actually won. And one of the things that kept me going was the fact that you, where you are today, very successful, you've moved up from city council, you also ran multiple times and you didn't give up. And because you didn't give up, that translated to me, and you say, keep going. If you believe in yourself, keep going. So I just want to say, I am grateful for all the work you've done for all the years. I'm also grateful for all the things that you've done for me personally and for the community. And I thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Stephen Senator Bradford.
Thank you.
To the chair, and thank you, Senator, for you being here today. I want to wish you well in your future endeavors. I just also want to commend you for your time that you served as our senator. You have brought great efforts through policy and legislation to address a number of policy issues that benefit community, that benefit the people and the residents that you serve in the district. I commend you just for always championing all that is good and trying to do the right thing. It's often hard, as you know, as elected officials. We have certain things that are up against us that oftentimes folks don't know. At the end of the day, we're just regular people. We go home just like they do. And oftentimes, a legislator, a council member, and those that are elected, it's sometimes a lonely place. And so I just want to remind you, as I'm reminded also today in my new re-elected role, that we take our office sincerely and we try to do the right thing. And I know moving forward, that's all we could do. And I just commend you again for the 8 years that you provided of service, for your staff being here representing you and the district as your field representatives. Staff is very important. And I like the fact that we had a number of your staffers here in our council chambers providing legislative updates and those things alike. And so with that, Senator Stephen Greg Bradford, that's the first time I've ever heard your middle name. You know, I have to say it just because that is your birth name, that is your full name, and that's something to be proud of. And I know moving forward, you will use that full name in a capacity that's going to benefit us again in the near future. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Senator Bradford, I want to thank you for your service to our community. Many times before, as I know, since I've been here as an elected official, I can guarantee everybody here that the senator has been probably the only person that has come and give us regular reports. You're the only person, I mean, whether we fully agree or not or whatever, but you're giving us and telling us what's going on. Plus, you have your staff that's accessible in case we want to give feedback. So, I mean, let's give them a round of applause for that type of accountability. Like, seriously, our supervisor didn't do it. You know what I'm talking about, all this stuff. Our assembly people at that time didn't do it. Nobody did it. He's the only one. So, to me, that means a lot, especially when everybody's asking what's going on, and you sure delivered. So, thank you for stepping up for us and protecting us, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. First, let me thank the council for this recognition. As you all know, we as elected officials don't do this work for recognition, but would be lying if we said it didn't feel good to be recognized. And it's truly been an honor to serve this community for the last 14 years, first as your assembly person and now as your senator. But I couldn't have done it, as you stated, without quality and committed staff. And I have even a former staffer who, as of last week, was no longer in my employ, but she's still here today, Jasmine Guerrero. Give her a round of applause. She's a real rock star, and I've been lucky to have amazing staff during the 14 years in the legislature. But most importantly, I've had a great relationship with each and every one of you. You've let me know what your city needed at all times and what we as a state could do. And many times you let us know what you didn't want us to do and what you did need us to do, because sometimes we do overstep our boundaries, both on the state and on the federal level. And as someone who has served on the local level, I understand where the work gets done. It's not in Washington, D.C. It's not in Sacramento, but it's here in the communities. This is where the rubber meets the road, so I commend each and every one of you. Mr. Patterson, for your time and service. I commend you for your hard work. We, on the state and federal level, we provide the funds. We kind of provide the guardrails, but it's up to you on the local level to implement it. So my success is your success, and your success has been my success. So I'm thankful for that, very grateful. And for many of the folks in the community that I've had a long-standing working relationship with, I thank you, too, for always letting me know what's needed from a business standpoint, from a local resident standpoint, and like I say, from an educational standpoint as well, and where funding was needed. And I'm honored to have delivered almost $400 million to this district in the time that I've been in office. But it's for things that I heard directly from folks like yourself that was needed in this community. So it's truly an honor. I'll place this on the wall with many of the plaques that I've received in the last 2 weeks. I'm truly appreciative of that. Really, I am. And thank you for allowing me this opportunity. But you want to know something, Mr. Mayor? This is the first year I didn't do my legislative update. It was supposed to be done 2 weeks ago, and I think you guys rescheduled me. So if you want me to come back, I can still do it. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Oh, yeah, of course. Look, guys, I want to return to our honorable council member, David Patterson. And I think everybody got an opportunity. If you want to repeat any of the things you said, it was great serving with you. A lot of you led us, the financial aspect, man, was just key to be able to just look things over with a fine-tooth comb. That was very notable to me. I'm sure there were certain things we just maybe were going back and forth on to try to make sure things were best for the residents of Hawthorne. But all in all, without you being part of the element here, we wouldn't be where we are today. So I want to thank you for that. So I want to give the floor over to Councilmember David Patterson to say a few words to the community, however long you want to take, my friend.
Oh, I appreciate that. Right? You know, we can talk. You know, politicians can talk. But first, I want to thank all of you guys for the kind words and the proclamation. Appreciate the time. I appreciate the time spent with you guys for the last 2 years and 4 years, respectively. It's been quite the experience. I want to thank our city manager for all your support and your hard work in the community. When Vaughn was, I say this all the time, but I want to really say it publicly. Vaughn was first appointed as the interim city manager. I didn't know him. I didn't know if I liked him yet. And it was like, hey, we need to go fishing for, a permanent city manager. And the council chose to hire Vaughn as our permanent city manager. And over the next, didn't take a long time, but for the next few months, he did a great job of showing himself to be just a remarkable leader in our community. And there's so many things that's happened in our community over the last 4 years that would not have, I guess it was 3 years. How long have you been our city manager now? It's been 4. Over the last 4 years that would not have happened under another city manager. He does a great job of building relationships with his staff, with community members, and with everybody on the council, and creating a consensus, right, to allow things to move forward. You know, as you guys have witnessed over the last number of years, council members will have differences of opinions in a lot of different areas, and Vaughn does a great job of communicating to everybody in a way that makes sense to us all, and kind of bringing us together, and sometimes when it's necessary, so we can make the best decisions for the community. But so I want to thank you for your support and your leadership over the last 4 years. Again, the city would not be the city without you, and definitely wish that you continue to stay here for a number of more years. And I hope the council continues to show their appreciation as well. Our city attorney, I want to thank you for all your hard work on pursuing the mall across the street. And we're all expecting some great news to be announced in the coming years, and it's going to be in large part because of our city of attorney. We've all had a lot of differences of opinions about how to pursue that eyesore. And one thing that I tell everybody about Robert Kim is he is not afraid of a fight. And so that's something that we've definitely needed when it comes to a lot of litigation issues. And I want to thank Alex Montero for your expertise in the city. You've been in the city for quite some time, and know everybody, and know the history behind so many different things. I remember the first time I came to a council meeting, before I was elected, and you had got up and spoke, and I think you were sitting right there. You used to sit right over there all the time. And I remember wondering, who is this guy? How does he know everything? And definitely appreciate your contribution to the city of Hawthorne. I mean, you've been elected in our city for a couple of decades now, between the school board and now the city council, and the city wouldn't be our city without if you are one of the reasons why the city is our city, right? You've had a hand in our educational system and our council. So thank you for your presence in the city. Council member Angie Reyes English, I want to thank you as well. I remember it was 1 year that I was running and campaigning, and everybody I would talk to would mention your name. And I would hear so many different stories from the community of how you stepped in and helped somebody from not getting evicted, save people from getting evicted in their house, and made sure they found the funds that were necessary to keep them in their home. And this is before COVID. And so many people have talked about how you made sure their neighborhoods were cleaned up and your different issues were addressed. And I see nobody else fight for just individual people the way you fight for individual people in our community. And like I said, talking to the people and hearing about you from them, really helped to educate me about who you were, and definitely gave me an opportunity to grow as a representative of the community by understanding, what really makes an impact, and that helping people on a one-on-one basis is everything. Council member, our Mayor Pro Tem, Katrina Manning, we've only been working together for 2 years, but known you for quite some time. When I first got involved in things here in the city of Hawthorne, you were responsible for so many community events, and it was quite impressive. We used to have movies in the park, and it's such a huge event, and so many people would come out. I don't think we've had a movies in the park quite so big since, and we just still do movies in the park, which are great, but it definitely, you're the one that kind of kicked those things off, and just famous in our community for all the great events. And one thing that I definitely appreciate about you as a council member is you put your ego to the side, and you're open to improving as a servant of the community in any way that you can. You don't mind learning about something new, or rolling up your sleeves and going after something that you've not gone after before. And you put your priority is the community, and is bringing good things to our community. I know recently you've took on the challenge of helping us to bring urgent care to our city, which I think is well needed, and definitely because we'll continue to support you in those respects. And everybody respects somebody who doesn't give up. and the fact that you have pursued what you wanted for so long. But it's not even just going after and getting what you want, but you've made a priority of wanting to serve the community of Hawthorne. A top priority is something very commendable, and I would definitely appreciate your service to our community. And then Mayor Vargas as well. You know, you've been elected in our city for quite some time. Started off on the Civil Service Commission before being a council member, before being mayor, and have a major impact in the city of Hawthorne. Something that, you know, that nobody can ever take away from you. You know, you've shown your ability to, you know, fight for the residents in a lot of different issues, right? A lot of different arenas, and I know the residents really appreciate that about you. You know, we definitely look forward to, you know, seeing your leadership move the city of Hawthorne in a more positive direction. Everybody knows the city of Hawthorne. Everybody has stories about the city of Hawthorne. Everybody knows somebody that lives in Hawthorne or used to live in the city of Hawthorne. And so everybody sees if Hawthorne is making steps forward or not. And, you know, the success that the city's had over the last 9 years now, right, is large part due to your contribution. And definitely, you know, appreciate your contribution to the city of Hawthorne. And you know, to the community, I want to thank you guys. I know you guys didn't come out here for me, but since you guys are here, you know, I want to thank you guys. You know, I want to thank, of course, our city treasurer, our city clerk. You guys have known both of you guys for quite some time. I met our city treasurer at one of Katrina's events a long time ago, and met our city clerk 15 plus years ago at a previous job that we both worked at, matter of fact. And one day I looked up and I saw she lived in the same city that I lived in. And next thing you know, she's our city clerk. It's just funny how things happen. 4 years ago, you know, she was volunteering on my campaign. And then now she's an elected official here in the city of Hawthorne. And one thing that you know, I appreciate about Dana, I have to say this, is she doesn't make excuses. And so I have so much respect for her because of that, and definitely appreciate your contribution to our city. But yeah, the community, continue to do what you guys are doing today, which is coming out and making your voices heard, letting the elected officials know what's important to you, and making sure that we are representing your interests and your needs. Well, I definitely want to encourage all of you guys to reach outside of your own neighborhood and build relationships with other neighborhoods within the city of Hawthorne. You know, Hawthorne is only 6 square miles, but sometimes we feel very disjointed, that individuals in one part of the community don't always go to events in another part of the community. And I definitely love to encourage, you know, everybody to, you know, to cross the street a little bit and go out. You know, if you're in Ramona, go to North Hawthorne. If you're in North Hawthorne, go to Holly Glen, and build relationships with everybody throughout your community, and understand because everybody's needs are a little bit different depending on what corner you are in the city of Hawthorne. And I definitely want to encourage you to kind of get to know your neighbors and what those needs are, and so that you can build a more powerful alliance in championing for the future of the city of Hawthorne. But, you know, one last thing I want to say is my time as a council member has transformed me in a lot of different ways. I am a natural introvert. I like being by myself. I love numbers. I love finance. I love school, as you guys can see. If you look at kind of my resume, I go out and pick up licenses and pick up degrees and all that stuff. And somehow I stumbled into public service and had no idea what was in store. I had no background in any of this stuff. I just thought I could add some value on the dais. And so I made that attempt. I like to think that I made a positive impact here in the community and added some value where I could. But being a council member has forced me to grow in some areas that I was weak in. It forced me to learn how to communicate more effectively with other people and work in a collaborative fashion with other people, whether we saw eye to eye in all areas or did not. You know, if you can't build a coalition with at least 2 other council members, if you can't communicate your ideas effectively, nothing will happen. One thing I learned as a council member, I could speak very freely on my way out my last day, that one thing I learned is the best idea does not win up here. And that really was hard for me to understand. I used to think that, hey, I have a really, really good idea and this is going to be the best thing for the community. That should stand on its own merit, and that's not the case. What matters is your ability to communicate that idea and garner support for that idea, and help other people to see things the way that you see things, and then build support and move that forward. And so I've had to grow in the area of communication, of teamwork, and being more of a outgoing spirit and a better communicator. And I appreciate this opportunity. I appreciate you guys' contribution to my life in this respect. Definitely still live in the city of Hawthorne, and will continue to try my best to add value to my community. And if there's any way that I can still support any of you guys in your endeavors to better the city of Hawthorne, please reach out to me. My number is 424-262-6176. You guys can check the recording and grab that number. You can check our city manager and get that number. But feel free to reach out to me if you need any kind of support in any of your ideas or endeavors to make the city of Hawthorne better, which has always been my commitment, is to serve my city. So I want to thank you guys for giving me the floor and giving me the opportunity to ramble. I probably can still talk, for quite some more time. But I know that's not what everybody came here for. But I definitely appreciate you guys, and I appreciate this experience.
Thank you very much, sir. Awesome. All right. Let's do the roll call. I guess this is, we haven't done the roll call, so it's a perfect opportunity to do the roll call with you with us, okay? So let's go ahead and do the roll call, please.
Councilmember Montero,
Present.
Councilmember Patterson,
Here.
Councilmember Reyes English,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Manning, Mayor Vargas.
Here. Thank you, Councilmember Patterson. So, oral communications. Can you read the guidelines real quick?
Pursuant to Government Code Section 549.4.3, all remarks should be addressed to the City Council as a body and not to any individual council member. During oral communications, speakers shall have 3 minutes to state their business. The Brown Act prohibits the City Council from providing a detailed response or acting upon any items not contained on the agenda. The governing bodies as a body shall have the discretion at the close of oral communications to refer any remarks to the city manager for study, investigation, report, and/or recommendation.
Thank you, ma'am. I have 8 cards, but I'm going to read the ones that are going to be held for the public hearing. Ezequiel Aceves and Susana Aceves, Tawny Blake, Christian Gil, Steve Sock, Frank Di Pasquale. You guys are going to be for the public hearing. So I'm going to call on these 3 individuals to speak right now because this falls under the purview of oral communications at this moment. Telehealth van, Dion Rambo. Yeah, come on. Yeah, got it. So once more, oral communications for the public hearing is going to come up a little bit later. So you're going to have to wait, guys. Okay? So go ahead, Mr. Rambo. Go ahead, sir. You're good. This is your opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Just wanted to say hello to the city for taking in the telehealth van. I'm sure there's going to be some questions for us later. But we started the telehealth van process. A lot of the things that you guys see with the vans, one of the reasons that you don't see it as much in the community is because since the very beginning, we're doing a lot of physical sessions now. So it's pros and cons, right? I mean, telehealth van is created to actually do therapy sessions to make sure that we can work for the city and work for the residents to get the homeless off the street, which goes to your mission of trying to make sure the homeless have a place to go And so we've been happy to be a part of that mission, but what we've done wrong. What we've done wrong, Mayor. Okay.
Keep going, go ahead.
Just smile, you smile. What we've
That's
done
okay.
wrong is our lack of communication on the process. In terms of not only just the data-wise, but how it actually works, what the process is, and what we could do and improve. I think one of the things that I've learned personally recently was to spend more time individually, et cetera, to see what it takes to do. No one's ever done this before. I'm a young black guy from Hawthorne in the streets trying to figure out how to save the community, right? Putting full-time therapists that does not need medical insurance. You know how hard that is? No one else does that. So we're trying to figure it out. I hope to remain with the city of Hawthorne because, you know, we're trying to build a relationship with the city. I'm from Hawthorne. But I do want to have Crystal, my wife, just speak for 30 seconds, if you guys don't mind, because she rarely just says hello. Is that okay?
She'll be the
I don't
next
know, I don't know
speaker
the
right
rule.
after
I don't know
you.
the rule, okay. See, I don't know how this works. I don't know how this works.
Okay.
But thank you very much. But I do want to say, as the questions come at me, etc., just understand that I'm learning as I build this out, like I promised you guys 2 years ago. And hopefully I can continue to have the chance to learn how to build it out even better.
Okay.
Any questions for me? That's it, Mr. Mayor?
It's her turn, yeah. Mrs.?
Good evening, Mayor Vargas, council members, and congratulations, Council Reyes, on your reelection. I just wanted to provide just a quick update, kind of explain how the telehealth van does work when a client does go to a Hawthorne facility. And then from there, they are referred to the telehealth van. From there, we provide them with weekly therapy sessions. We're at Memorial Park Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Thursdays and Fridays we're at BHS Patterns. It's a women's recovery center. What we did was add an initiative to keep the clients coming to get mental health services, which is every 6th visit, they get a $20 gift card. They get excited about that, and it does help them to continue coming. And then from there, they get their housing. We do court-mandated therapy sessions, and that helps them with housing and getting their kids back, getting them off the street, so that we can provide Hawthorne with a safe environment and community. So thank you so much for helping us with this initiative.
And before we go, we actually have some of the women here that the therapists are actually meeting. Can you guys wave? So this is who they meet with every single week, and because they're able to meet with them, they're able to either get their children back, they're able to get housing after it because of this service. So, but honestly, it's not even from the television, it's you guys actually are the ones who actually provide the funding for us to be able to take care of women like here at Pattern. So I appreciate you guys, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Rambo. Thank you, Mrs.
Okay.
Pat Donaldson?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Patricia Donaldson, President and CEO of the Hawthorne Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations to everyone, and thank you for your service. I just want to make mention that on December 19th, which is next Thursday, we will have our Christmas mixer at the Hawthorne Chamber. Those will be spaghetti, salad, garlic bread, and a lot of money as door prizes. No presents. It'll all be money. So come and join us 5:30 to 7:30 at the Hawthorne Chamber. Also, we are having our Christmas giveaway with the toys, turkeys, and canned goods on December 23rd at the Hawthorne Memorial Center. And I hope that if there's anyone here that needs toys for their children or food and turkeys, we'll be giving them away. And we did give 350 turkeys and 350 bags of groceries for Thanksgiving. And I thank Alex for being there and a few others for helping us at the Thanksgiving giveaway. Thank you.
Jim Matthews.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Jim Matthews, homeowner at 5250 Wiseburn. I have a script here so that I make sure I get my points across, so I probably won't be making very much eye contact. I'm also a member of the Hawthorne Community Emergency Response Team. Hawthorne CERT and its parent organization, Tri-City CERT, are nonprofit organizations. I'm here primarily to speak on that this evening, but I would like to start out by acknowledging Councilmember Angie Reyes English for her recent efforts at the County of Los Angeles Fire Department CERT training classes that were held here in the city of Hawthorne. She arranged to have lunch provided for all 3 classes to the approximately 35 students and all staff and volunteers, and her efforts are greatly appreciated by everyone. She was also the only city council member to attend any of the classes and welcome the students, and we really appreciate your efforts on that, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This evening, I would also like to remind the mayor and council members that at a city council meeting earlier this year, council discussed and agreed that $2,500 to $5,000 would be allocated to allow Hawthorne CERT to purchase a replacement Gardena Disaster Communication Service base radio and CERT operating funds. And additionally, I'd spoken with the mayor about 1.5 years ago on the matter. We still haven't received the funds. It holds Hawthorne CERT and Tri-City CERT and Gardena DCS in a bad position of not having the base radio in place here in the Emergency Operations Center to communicate throughout the Lawndale, Hawthorne, and Gardena area. We hope that the funds are eventually allocated so that we can get back to full involvement there. And also, Hawthorne CERT for several years has not received any funding as far as discretionary funds or budget line item budget to assist our parent organization, Tri-City CERT, with paying insurance premiums and allowing us to buy supplies. We would really appreciate if you all would consider helping us out in that regard as far as discretionary funds or a line item in the future. And I appreciate being able to address you this evening, and I would like in closing to also acknowledge Sam English, the legal risk specialist for the city of Hawthorne. The city and its citizens are very fortunate to have Mr. English overseeing the CERT program here in Hawthorne and working with Tri-City CERT. The city is a safer place in the event of a disaster or an emergency with CERT. It's a very important thing. I appreciate you letting me address you this evening so that we can all move forward in a positive fashion going down the road. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. All other cards that I have are for the special hearing. Okay. Do I have any individuals who would like to still speak? Please form a line now so I could get an exact number, please. Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, let's we have the 3-minute rule, right, ma'am? Is that being implemented right now? Because we need to move on into the next order of business. A lot of people are here waiting for the special hearing. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Gordon Michael Migo, native and resident of Hawthorne since October the 8th, 1952. And what I want to say is I hope everyone had a very good Thanksgiving, holiday, and family, friends, I wanted to say that congratulations once again to all that were reelected, yourself, the mayor, and Angie English, council member, and to the newest member, Faye Johnson. The mayor and council members will definitely have their work cut out for them during the years 2025 and beyond. We need to create a Hawthorne Renaissance Plaza for shopping, dining, entertaining, relaxing, and so on that will bring millions of dollars into the city and hundreds of jobs for the people here. We also need to open a new major hospital with a full range of healthcare services for our community and the region. It can be done where there's a will, there's a way. And then there's another topic in regards to high-density residential development that seems to be wanted to be shoved down the throats of cities and counties, regardless of the common sense or whatever is going on in the communities that are built out. So, like on Inglewood Avenue, they had a 6-story, 116-unit one. They wanted to build 137th place and so forth. Seriously, we have to stop and think about the very tight, narrow road that we have over there, traffic is backed up. No matter what business you put, and I hear there's talk about a restaurant that used to be, they want to build over there on the old, park, kind of like a housing park. And so anyway, I would hopefully we think about, as far as restaurants, let's get it on the major drag here of Hawthorne Boulevard, where preferably restaurants rather than fast food. That's, I think, would be the most, really the best, choice for us to go forward on that. And I have a problem with these developers that like to come in and build all these monster developments in the city, high-density residential, without any concern as to the, traffic, the infrastructure, or the people's lives. So we have to think long and hard and really reject it. I don't care what the state has to say about this, but they don't have to live it.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Next individual, please.
Hey, Mayor, City Council. I've been doing, for the last 2 years, it's been successful, thanks to Angie with her turkey giveaways and other organizations. I've went in with my own money and time. I've cooked both turkeys that I've gotten from Angie and from the Church of Nazarene. I went out and my own time, my own money, and made sure that the homeless people that were on the streets, had a dinner to go to, or had a dinner. I spent my own time, my own money, and made sure that everyone had a hot plate, had a hot dinner. Next year will be the same way. It'll be my 3rd year. Next year, I'll be doing the same thing again with the free turkey dinners. I did it with my own time, with my church that helped me, supported me for doing it. I will do it again next year until when I can't do it anymore. It was a pleasure helping Angie for the Thanksgiving giveaway and things like that. David Patterson, I will miss you as I see you at other events or in the city. I hope you enjoy your endeavor, or your, as you would call it, retirement. But it was. I'm going to continue serving the homeless people for their Thanksgiving dinners, and not everybody got a dinner. I had 37 to-go plates. We were shy to make 40 dinners, but we only made 37. Thanks to my friends from the Redondo Beach Moose Lodge came in and helped me serve. I went and delivered every plate. Even the hotel got their free dinners. I gave the clerk, made sure the clerks here at the hotel got a turkey dinner that had to work Thanksgiving. I took care of them. Found a gentleman behind Ralph's Market that is a cancer survivor, and I asked him if he was hungry. He tried to get up. I said, no, just sit there and I'll bring it to you because I don't want you to fall and hurt yourself. And he was I gave him 2 plates, and he was happy to get a hot meal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person, please.
Good evening. I just wanted to comment on behalf of Behavioral Health Services. I'm Angela Bivens. I'm the director for residential treatment for women and children here in Hawthorne for Behavioral Health Services. We also have a sister location that's right down the street, Pacifica House, and we're the largest treatment center in Southern California. But I received a call. First of all, I wanted to thank you guys for having the telehealth vans in the community. They have come and served several hundred women that have been throughout my facility and provide the continuity of care. I have lost several over the years of being with Salvation Army, Betty Ford, and now Behavioral Health Service, I lose a ton of women for the lack of the mental health support because of the housing, the continuity of care for them after treatment, you know, the reunification with their children. And I'm just hoping that we can maintain this relationship with telehealth vans here in the community, because we benefit significantly. And my women that are here, and I have clinicians that are here representing behavioral health services and, you know, and expressing the need and the importance of having them in our community. Thank you so much.
I see no one further. We have 2 speakers, and I think that'll be the end of that.
Hi, good evening. Ruben Sanchez. I'm with the North Hawthorne Community Association. Wanted to start off with the situation that we've been having for a while, and no one has really addressed it. And I'm hoping that this coming year we can work together and finding solutions. And we all go through it. We all have the same problems, but we never really addressed it. I'm sure you guys talked about it before, I know, but there was never any ideas put forward. And I'm talking about the parking. Our parking situation has risen for years. And it's about time that we need to resolve this issue, because now we have the Intuit Dome. We have all these other things that are having events, and now they're parking inside North Hawthorne. And they're getting Ubers and Lyfts and so on. And sometimes they spend the night somewhere else and they leave their cars over there. We have a lot of people who have like card hoarding or something. They have like 8, 10 cars, one family or so, and they don't even drive it. They just park them around. We also have people that sell vehicles as well for used car dealers or so. It's mad, it's an apocalyptic disaster. So what we need to do is just start working together. I know I've brought it up to Ms. Manning. I said the honeymoon is over, but maybe we can work together and start resolving these issues with the parking. And so that's what I wanted to bring up, and for some new ideas for this coming future. I wasn't going to really speak about the whole telehealth van. I didn't even know it was going to be here. I know that was something, a concern of all the residents. One thing I have heard about the telehealth ban is that no one has been up here and says, hey, hi, I'm a professional, and I'm here to help. Everything is always about like, hey, we did this, we did that. There's $500,000 that is being spent yearly, and there's still, till right now, no data. You have a lot of people who come up here and speak about it and talk about it, how cute and everything is nice and will helping and everything is helpful, but yet there's no data to support it. What's the return on our investment? It's been going on for years. This did not happen last year. This has been going on since COVID. Over $500,000 a year for what? Oh, we're sorry, we weren't communicating. Yeah, 4 years later? No. We want the return on our money. It's okay, so
No
like I
interruptions,
said,
please.
people can come up here, but one thing for sure you haven't heard is like, hi, I'm a professional, and I'm here to help. All right, so once again, have a blessed night. Good night.
Last speaker. What do we have?
Good evening. Save the best for last. And I must say, 'tis the season and we're jolly. Season greetings to everyone. Lethell Williams here before you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and re-elect individuals. Good evening. And I would like to say a good salutation to Mr. David Patterson and Mr. Stephen Bradford. And the community is very concerned about what's going to happen in the incoming administration on a national level. The asylum city seekers are definitely, LA has spoken out and made the city of LA asylum city. So it was concern for all of our diverse communities and counties, wondering if the city of Hawthorne would be eligible to become an asylum city as well. It's very important. We are very diverse, and it was a concern that was mentioned to some of the neighbors that was here, and they would like to commend the amendment on our logo. Our logo, you can read every letter now, and we've got rock is taking off and it looks very nice. So once again, happy holidays and welcome, welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Kiba Murray, and I'm pretty nervous, but I'm speaking on behalf of Patterns at BHS. I am a client there, and I want to also speak on the behalf of the telehealth van. I benefit from it. I have mental health issues, and I'm able to talk to the therapists. They come weekly, and I appreciate it. It helps me balance out my life and helps me with all my parenting and all of my the court stuff. So I thank you for the telehealth services. I appreciate it. I hope I just got wind of it that it's going to be taken away, threatened to be taken away, and I hope that it does not. I hope it continues because it helps and it's beneficial to me. There's the data right there.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ryan Richard, President, Holly Park Neighborhood Association and Chair, Hawthorne Planning Commission. Okay, yeah, first off, I just want to say to commend Councilman David Patterson on your service. Time you've been here has been exemplary, and we greatly appreciate and look forward to the next thing you're doing. And commend to re-elected City Councilwoman Andrea English and our re-elected Mayor Alex Vargas. So, very quick thing I wanted to talk about today. I've recently had some concerns with from the Homeowners Association about some of the homeless activity that's been around the Holly Park area, specifically around the embankments that are up on the freeway. I happened to be getting off the freeway not too long ago, and I witnessed a Hawthorne action. We were moving folks. The problem there is that the folks were literally just going across the street into what is Caltrans jurisdiction. And just today, I went out to there was a fire right behind Holly Park, right where the garden is. It seems that we often don't get support out for those Caltrans areas until there's an issue like that. I've reported on a number of times there's a bit of exposed wire that the folks are using. They're leaving it in a dry brush that is on the encampments, but unfortunately that sits in the Caltrans area, so we don't have the ability to do something about it. I'm reaching out just to see if there's a way that we can build a bit more of a cohesive partnership with Caltrans to find a way that we can get out a little bit quicker on some things like that, just because these things have become dangerous. Today, we witnessed some of those embers from the fire that was near the golf course, jumped across the tracks and almost damaged a person's home. So these are things that are specifically becoming impactful to us. So just wanted to see if there's a way that we can work on that. And then at the end, I also wanted to mention there are some great businesses here in the city of Hawthorne, particularly our organization called Glow and Flow over on Rosecrans. They're doing a Hawthorne holiday giveaway this week where they're actually having a Black Santa come out. So if there's any chance we can get folks to come out, come support that business and doing that effort this weekend, that would be great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I got you right now. See, I thought I had this ready.
Saturday at 2 o'clock.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, that guy. Great. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Oral communication is closed. So ordered. Madam Clerk, we have 8 items on your consent calendar. Let's read those, move through that, and we'll be moving into the certification of the election and the swearing in of new officials. Go ahead.
Item 2, approval of waiver of full readings of resolutions and/or ordinances on Tuesday's December 10th, 2024's agenda. Item 3, City Treasurer requests approval of the warrants for December 10th, 2024. Item 4, Resolution Number 8498, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, providing for the terms and conditions of employment of those employees represented by the Hawthorne Police Civilian Association, HPCA, according to the provisions of the Hawthorne Municipal Code, HMC, and authorizing the city manager to execute the HPCA Memorandum of Understanding, MOU. Item 5, Resolution Number 8501, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, designating authorized agents to execute for and on the behalf of the City of Hawthorne for financial assistance from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and the California Office of Emergency Services for recovering costs associated with declared emergencies. Item 6, Resolution Number 8502, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, approving the various interagency agreements with the City of Hawthorne and acknowledging the transactions requiring payments or obligations as required under ARPA, SLF, RF rules. Item 7, Resolution Number 8504, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, approving wage terms of the employment of those employees represented by the Hawthorne Municipal Employee Association Part-Time, HMEA, PT. Item 8, Resolution 8505, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, ordering the summary vacation of a portion of Bart Avenue, south of Stacy Avenue, and an alley located south of Bart Avenue, finding it to be in conformance with the general plan and pursuant to the Public Street Highways and Service Easement Law, Division 9, Part 3, Chapter 4 of California Streets and Highways Code, for adoption.
I move.
Second.
Please vote. Miss, mine doesn't appear. No, I got it.
The votes are in. The voting reflects mayor and council voting yes.
We need to make sure that that reflects the current elected official that's sitting on the screen.
I can't change it. They changed it already.
Can you recite
we'll do it when we'll do
Can
it
you
in a
recite
minute.
it? Just recite the just for the purpose of the record.
Yes. The voting reflects Council Member Patterson, Mayor Pro Tem Manning, Angie Reyes English, Montero voting yes, along with Mayor Alex Vargas.
Thank you. Just for the sake of anything in the future. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay. So now we're going to talk about the certification of the official results. Mr. Sergeant in Arms, can you let the candidate-elect and the other individuals know that we're starting this part, please? Ma'am?
The certification of the official results of the returns of the general municipal election held November 5th, 2024, resolution number 8503, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, reciting the facts of the general municipal election held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, and declaring the results thereof and such other matters are as provided by law. Pursuant to the provisions of the Election Code of the State of California, the Registrar Recorder of the County of Los Angeles canvassed the returns of said general municipal election and has certified the results attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, and I now certify to you as follows, that there were 30 voting precincts established for the purpose of holding said election, consisting of consolidations of the regular election precincts in said city as established for the holding of state and county elections. That said, general municipal election was held for the purpose of electing the following officers of said city as required by the laws relating to cities in the state of California, to wit, for mayor of the city council for a full term of 4 years, for 2 members of the City Council for a full term of 4 years, that the whole numbers of votes cast in said city was 26,882, that the names of persons voted for at said election and the total number of votes received by each person are as follows. For mayor, Alex Vargas, 11,100. Dr. L. David Patterson, 7,365. Luciano A. Aguilar, 4,638. Ms. Lethel Williams, 1,020. For members of the City Council, Angie Reyes English, 9,933. Councilwoman-elect Faye Johnson, 7,812. Marie Poindexter, 6,166. Dana Williams Hunter, 6,144. Mo Awadala, 5,584. I certify that Alex Vargas was elected as mayor for said city for the full term of 4 years. I certify that Angie Reyes English was elected as a member of the City Council for said city for the term of 4 years. I certify that Faye Johnson was elected as a member of the City Council for said city for the full term of 4 years. I certify that the whole number of votes cast in the city was 26,882. With your vote of approval on resolution number 8503, the city clerk's statement and the certification of the canvass will be ready to be filed. Mr. Mayor, may I have a motion and a vote on resolution 8503?
I make a motion.
I second.
Please vote.
The votes are in. The voting reflects Dr. L. David Patterson, Katrina Manning, Mayor Vargas, Councilwoman Reyes English, Councilman Alex Montero, all voting yes.
Can we get the candidates? My brother, who's going to be swearing me in, he's outside, please.
Oh, no, sir.
I think I'm going to be first. Go ahead. What? That was part of the whole thing.
No, this is official. It have to be.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
An elected
We'll still,
official
we'll,
to do it.
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it's gotta be an elected official.
Okay, ma'am.
to do it, yeah.
So just let them know that we're doing this part.
No, but that was ceremony because the election, no, she didn't.
Sergeant in Arms?
That's
like,
she had to do it because they had to get an elected official. vote.
Who's going first?
But you take your pictures afterwards. Okay, that's fine. You want to come first? I
Faye Johnson,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
So you can bring them up. They can bring them in. Yeah, they can bring them in. And actually, if they can be there when she's doing that too. You can ask the family to come in. Okay. Yeah, see, there you go.
That's my mom. Can you let my mom come up?
Well, I asked her, you said no.
One, two, 1, 2.
Testing, testing.
Jessica? No, for sure. All right, come on. All right. Did we good?
You gotta hold it like this.
You good. You gotta stand between where he told you to stand so we don't get the feedback.
There we go. Hold it. Make sure you hold it with 2 hands. There we go.
We're waiting. We're waiting. We're going. Tell me when to go.
Okay. I, Alex Vargas,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the
And-
Constitution
and allegiance to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
and purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
well and faithfully
well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
And so help me God. Thank you,
So
Jesus.
help me.
Thank you, Jesus.
She ran away, but she can't go out. Se perdió.
It happens with our city clerk, and I know.
How many times have you done this? Over the, should have it memorized by now.
You rushed me through it earlier. If I could please have the following people up to the horseshoe. Councilwoman Cuevas, School Board Member Rojas, our Hawthorne Police Leadership Chief and Captains. Pastor Rose, Pastor Crawford, to the front, please. LAFCO member, Executive Assist, Adriana Ramo, to the middle, please. I'm going to all have you line up on this wall back here. The police officers in command up in front with me. Sister Rose, Pastor Crawford, I'll have you hold the Bible, please, along with me. Okay, give me a moment. City manager and city attorney.
Testing.
So what we want to do is we want to have you more in the crest of it. I'm sorry, sir. I can't.
Eric?
Because it's so wide, but I need you to. And I'm not going to keep it together.
Right here.
Is it okay if I stand here or will I get feedback here? Okay.
Test, test, test.
This way, right? This way? This way?
Did you put your phone down?
Crawford? Hold on. Ara, come up real quick. Stand in. Sit right there. Sit up there. Sit right there.
I can only scoot up so far without feedback. We ready? We ready?
Over here on this side. Ara right here. Representing the supervisor.
We
Okay.
ready?
Got everyone here?
Yeah.
Can you come up? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's right hand, right?
Yes. Raise your right hand.
Well, I'm going to have to
Yeah.
hold on to this for me. Oh. This is going to be, should be on this side, right? Should I do it this way?
Yes.
Hold that. Right. Hold the Bible. Hold the Bible. Right there. Pastor right here. And let's have you hold the mic. Can you hold the mic? I need somebody to hold the mic. There you go.
Thank you.
That's about right. Okay.
We ready? I,
You're going to go slow? Okay. Here we go.
I
Angie Reyes English,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support
that I will support
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United
of the
States
United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of
of
California,
the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take the obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well
that I will well
and faithfully
and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations,
Thank you so
Councilwoman.
much. Thank you.
Okay, the officers. Let's get to work.
Parties in the front.
That's perfect.
You a little bit closer.
City attorney? Right there. No, right there. Right there. Everyone look straight ahead, please. I have everyone. Sean, you want to get in? Everyone look here. Officer here for you. Thank you.
All right.
Right here, please.
Expensive count. All right, ready, and then 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, and thank you. Excellent. One more real quick, Mayor. Okay, everyone look, Mr. City Attorney, there we go. 1, 2, one more. Thank you.
Stay there for me, please. Thank you. Sean? Where'd she go? Oh, I'm sorry.
Stay right there, stay right there.
Remember the expensive camera.
All right, thank you.
Angie, turn around. Turn around. Oh, here. Got it? Go ahead. Step over a tiny bit, right there. Here we go. Right here, Mayor. You got the shifty eyes. I gotta watch.
All right, and 3, 2, 1. All right.
And city attorney, getting all the
All right, can you guys scoot over more this way? Right there, perfect. Thank you very much. And 3, 2, 1, stay right there. And 3, 2, 1. All right, next camera.
Here we go.
One more, right? One more for Zuckerberg.
I got it. Thank you.
Eric, Eric? All right. And 3, 2, 1. And 3, 2, 1. It's all right.
Straight ahead, Mayor. Here we go. Thank you.
And last one. Thank you. Whoa! Show the pearls.
Councilwoman?
All right, so let me put this over here.
That's Angie's.
That's Angie's phone.
It is.
What's up? Go ahead. They're gonna just give their like hello statements and thank you. It won't hurt anything if you go.
I'll just take one day, yes.
All right, let me get situated here. Okay, let me put
The
this here.
benefits of hiring your own private photographer.
Oh, look at that, wow. All right. Okay,
And let's be clear, it's not city money. As I heard here.
Olivia, this is your chair, right? Yes.
órale pues, let's see. Okay, guys. We have a new group, group of individuals up here. I would like to give an opportunity for, I was going to say Councilwoman-elect, no, Councilwoman Faye Johnson to say a few words. Then I'll pass it on to Councilmember Angie Reyes English, and then I'll say a few words. This is the appropriate time. And then we'll hit the ground running and do the city's business. And just a quick note, I really need it quiet out there. There's been a little bit of chatter. Okay, if you need to talk, go outside, not a problem. But just please extend the respect to the people around here that are trying to listen and the people who are trying to share the good news and the good ideas that are ready to come forth. Okay? Sound good? Thumbs up, middle, down? Thumbs up. SL. Ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. I know you didn't just come to see me. You're here to talk about McDonald's. But I just want to say I have never been more proud of my city than when I was elected. So let me explain what I mean. It's not because you elected me that I'm proud of the city. It's actually the city manager's fault. Because as soon as I got elected, I got this fire hose open wide, right in the face, full of everything that's going on in the city. And I didn't know. I really did not know what our city staff is doing, what the city manager, the city attorney, how much they do for us, how much the police force really does. I knew the police force was good for us. I just didn't know it was this good. And the things that they do, I sit here proudly, not because I was elected, but because of the city that I represent, the people that I represent, people like you who want to come out and have their voice heard. Your voice will be heard. We're not always going to be happy with what happens in the city. I'm not happy. That's why I'm here. That's why I decided to run. I wasn't happy with things going on in my community. And I just challenge everybody, if that is where you sit, where you're unhappy with what's going on in your community, please step up, run for office. We need good people from the community to run for office. Challenge those who sits up here, even me, myself, challenge me, because when you have someone running against you, you have to be better. Because you know next time you might win this time or next time or whatever, but sooner or later somebody's going to beat you. So it forces you to be your best every day that you come here. And I promise you that I will always give you my best. So thank you for trusting me and putting me in this position, and especially with Olivia Valentine. I know she sat down, and I'm very honored to be sitting in her seat. She was my mentor, and I hope I make you proud, ma'am.
Councilwoman Reyes English, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Excuse me. I just almost gave you an elevation there. City council members and mayor, thank you so much. Let me just say, first of all, that I am truly humbled. I am humbled by the residents that ultimately came out and provided a voice through their vote, who ultimately provided and believed in myself, the work that I have been doing here in the city of Hawthorne on behalf of you, the residents of Hawthorne, our businesses and stakeholders. It is truly an honor. It's a blessing. And I say truly all of that because of the challenges that ultimately this campaign had. It was not a pleasant one, as many of you have reached out to me and have, seen for yourself. So, there's a lot to say there. There's a lot to say there. But at the end of the day, it was you that heard the messaging, heard ultimately what visions I had for the city. This is not my first rodeo. Since I've been here, I've been championing policy and important causes that are important to the residents of Hawthorne and residents and their families. I thank all of those in leadership, which includes Congresswoman Waters, Supervisor Holly Mitchell. I thank council member colleagues on the dais here. I thank residents again, and most importantly, my spiritual guidance, which is Pastor Rose and Pastor Crawford. I think I could go on and on, but you could best believe that I am here for you. I represent you in spite of all. I am an open book. You could come to me at any given time. You have my email address. You have my phone number. You've reached out to me previously, and I've answered the call. I've met with you one-on-one. I've responded to your emails, and everything is the same. They want, at the end of the day, our streets to be cleaned, our bulky items to be picked up, our trees to be trimmed, our sidewalks and parks to be cleaned and fixed, our homeless issues to be addressed, and everything else doesn't matter. And I say that so heartily because that's what I've been championing, are the issues that address quality of life. And that's something that I'm going to continue to fight for, including services for those that need help here in our city of Hawthorne, whether it's a housing matter, whether it's a senior issue, whether it's a public safety matter, whether it's a public works issue, whether it's a planning issue, whether it's a code enforcement issue. No matter the issue, whatever the concern may be, I always have an open book when I look at things, and I'm fair, and nothing has changed. I just want to say thank you for you who believed in me. Thank you for reaching out to me. Thank you to getting to know me. That's the most important part. You're actually getting to know me and not hearing about me. So please, again, I have Helen here that I haven't seen in years. I can't believe she's here, a good friend of mine back in 22 when I ran for state assembly. I have members that I've worked with, colleagues that I've worked with. I'm a commissioner for LA County that are here. I could go on and on and on. The flowers that were here up on the desk here, that's from my family. That was sent from the Reyes family from Idaho. Born and raised in Idaho. I have 10 siblings. I'm the only one here in Los Angeles. I've lived here 40 years in the city of Hawthorne. I have 3 adult daughters and I have 8 grandchildren. So it's just a blessing all around, full circle, in spite of everything. They tried, but I'm here. And it's because of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, now it's my turn. I want to thank my mom and my dad for choosing Hawthorne in 1970 to move to an apartment on Inglewood Avenue, right around the corner from Jack in the Box, close to Lenox. So that's how we ended up here in the city of Hawthorne. So, you know, it's been 53 years. God has blessed me with this length of life. I'm really super happy. You know, Hawthorne's awesome. It's beautiful. It's home. You know, I wouldn't change it for anything. Sure, it's changed over the years, but, you know, it still remains the city of good neighbors, and we see it all the time. And so, you know, it is, right? So we all know that. But thank my mom, my dad, my brother, John, who was here with his beautiful daughters and his wife. They were able to be here. So I really thank my brother for driving from Chino over here. As you guys all know, he was a Hawthorne School Board member, and he was an El Camino College Board trustee. Okay, so I'm a teacher there at El Camino, so I love El Camino. So thank you, Nilo Michelins, also for showing up too. All my friends, supporters, the community, the residents, city staff for stepping up and doing the right thing. Without the city staff, we wouldn't be where we are. The city wouldn't be where we are. We can steer it, but this is the motor that keeps the city going in that direction. So let's give a big round of applause to our city staff and our city. Seriously, guys, seriously. There's a lot of things ahead of us. Yes, you're right. I've had a long, expansive time, but I think when I took the helm in 2015 as mayor, we had a lot of storefronts that were empty, like close to half the storefronts along Hawthorne Boulevard were empty. But as soon as I worked with the help of our council member colleagues, of course, we were able to change the makeup of Hawthorne Boulevard. I made sure that at least on my end as mayor, that we wouldn't show up in the newspaper. And have you guys seen us in the newspaper since 2015 because of the mayor's office? No, you have not. So that's definitely changed the respect for the city of Hawthorne. And I've made sure that my council colleagues also don't take us in that direction. So we've all kept each other in check. So I'm really, really happy about that. There's a lot of work to do. SpaceX is still in the city of Hawthorne. We need to work on the Hawthorne Mall. We need to do a lot of other things. Yes, we do, but let's celebrate all the great things that we've done. We're at like, what, $90 million of cash fund balance right now? Let's celebrate that. No other city around us is doing that. City of Torrance is in a bad situation. The city of Inglewood has been in a bad situation as well. El Segundo also. But Hawthorne, with its diligence, staff, we've been able to, increase our savings, just a common savings for a city. We've been able to do that. We've been able to beautify the streets. We've been able to decrease crime. We've been able to do a lot of good things. And we've been able to bring back the good name that the city of Hawthorne deserves. One of the things that I do want to address, yes, you guys all saw how the election, I've experienced a couple of elections too, and it's, you get thrown a lot of things in the process, and you end up kind of a lot of things get tossed back and forth. But say, for example, maybe I didn't want to work with certain people, and maybe those people didn't want to work with me. It was made known in the election. You guys all saw those things, and you've all seen them, and you've seen it throughout the years. But you know what? The residents of Hawthorne elected the people that they did, that you see here. The residents of Hawthorne decided for us who we should work with, okay? So that doesn't matter what I think, or what the other people might think. The residents of Hawthorne chose that. So that's a sacred mandate that we have to respect as electeds up here, to be able to work with each other, no matter what our opinions were. It's not about the person, it's about the policies. If we're gonna be moving forward, we need to move away from debating the person because they said something, they looked at me something like weird, said something I didn't like, etc. Debate your policy and do your research and back your stuff up, right? Defend your policies, defend your ideas, and that's the way we move forward. If we try to keep that in mind, then I think we're gonna be solid. And everybody here has my firm commitment on the city council that I'm going to be making every effort to be able to speak with you, talk to you, listen to you, and work with you as closely as possible. I sense a great dynamic. I sense a lot of great things ready to happen. And I think everybody here has control over that, and I just sense that there's gonna be a lot of good energy. As long as we debate the ideas, not the person. So the city of Hawthorne is a beautiful city. There's a lot of good things to do. So that being said, let's hit the ground running. So let's take a look. All right, Ms. City Clerk, can you tell me where we're at?
Item 10.
Item 10, go ahead, ma'am.
Now is the time and place for a public hearing on the City Council review of the Planning Commission's approval of conditional use permit CU-2024-0007 for a drive-through at a new McDonald's restaurant design review application DR-2024-0011 for the design of a new McDonald's restaurant, which includes exterior facade, parking, landscaping, and off-site improvements. Planning Department publication filed. The recommended motion, staff recommends that the City Council do one of the following. 1, direct staff to prepare a resolution, direct the city clerk to assign a resolution number, and authorize the mayor to sign said resolution upholding the Planning Commission approvals of conditional use permit CU-2024-0007 and design review DR-2024-0011 without modifications.
Yeah, we need it quiet out there, folks, so that we
2,
can, here, yes.
Direct staff to prepare a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's approval with specified modifications to be brought back at a future meeting for adoption. 3, direct staff to prepare a resolution denying the applications, overturn the Planning Commission, provide findings in support of that decision, and direct staff to bring a resolution back to a future meeting for adoption. Or 4, remand the applications back to the Planning Commission with instructions.
At this time, I would like to call on applicant Scott Wilkerson and Perry DeLuna, representing the property owner, which is 11383 Playa Street LLC, for any questions from council. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, you're opening the public hearing at this point?
I'm just going by what the. We will now proceed with the public hearing. Madam Clerk, item 10, you read that? And so the public hearing is open. Go ahead.
And I just want to give one more option to the city council. During the public hearing, once it's open, city council always has the option to continue the public hearing to another date if it gets too lengthy. That this council does have that option. That's not in the recommended motion.
Thank you, but we're here to work. Let's knock it out. Go ahead, sir. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Good evening, Mayor Vargas and members of the council member. My name is Scott Wilkeson. Congratulations on those re-elected and newly elected. I would first like to thank staff for their partnership, support, and direction over the past few months. McDonald's is eager to invest within this community and appreciates staff recommendation of approval, which led to an approval at the Planning Commission. We developed this project and its technical methodology through direct collaboration and guidance from city staff. The project meets all city zoning guidelines and CUP requirements, which is what is up for discussion today. Our building is an aesthetic upgrade to what many have stated to be a currently blighted, unsafe, and vacant parcel. Our restaurant will add between 60 and 70 new local jobs and contribute hundreds of thousands of dollars in estimated annual tax revenue. At the last hearing, residents raised concerns about traffic and the validity of our traffic study. A minor error in the traffic study was brought to the attention where it was incorrectly stated that both 133rd Street and 34th Street had parking on both sides of the street. The study has since been corrected and submitted to staff. It is important to note that city staff, the Planning Commission, and our consultants noted that the error in the report had absolutely zero effect on the VMT analysis, which is what ultimately drives the study's findings. I would also like to mention the scope of the study was developed in direct partnership with city staff, and the traffic study was initiated by McDonald's and was not a requirement of the project's application. The traffic study concluded that all relevant intersections either meet and or exceed recommended VMT operation levels with the proposed McDonald's in full operation. The proposed McDonald's conforms to all zoning and general plan designations. We are requesting no variances and meet all code requirements. This project, as presented, will not be an intense use. It takes into consideration several mitigation measures that a more intense commercial or residential development may not in the future. Our team held a virtual open house with key residents, which were identified through support of city staff. We received comments from those residents and implemented revisions based on their feedback. These revisions included the exit only on 133rd driveway, a crosswalk and no parking designations on Inglewood Avenue, additional landscape buffers, as well as a safe, secure trash enclosure location. Our team also mailed a flyer to around 20 homes near the site to increase outreach. Those flyers were in addition to the required radius notifications sent by the city. Similar to our traffic study, the community engagement was not required, but was something we felt to be valuable to our project approach. McDonald's has had a positive relationship with Hawthorne for decades. We look forward to expanding that relationship and hope you see the value this project will have on this community. Historically, where a new McDonald's is built, other key businesses and economics follow. Even at the last hearing, the local owner of Dino stated a new McDonald's could potentially even be good for his business, bringing new customers to his local flavor. I have our entire project team here with us tonight to answer any questions. I also have Tawny Blade, who is a local franchisee who operates restaurants here in Hawthorne, to talk about the importance of our business to the local economy. Before you hear from Tawny, I am happy to answer any questions from staff or council.
Mr. City Attorney, as you have it, will the presentation from the representatives of the property, would that precede the communication from the public? Or
Yes,
should that be after the communication from the public?
So you opened the public hearing, you're hearing from the developer side, and then you can open up for the public to make comments as well.
Will we be given an opportunity to go back to the
You
developer?
could, and you could
or
ask,
is it not?
staff is also here to address any questions you may have as well. But you could go back to the developer as well.
Okay, anybody?
I would prefer to go back later after the public hearing.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You mentioned Perry DeLuna. I represent Perry DeLuna.
No, I didn't call for you, sir.
Pardon me?
If you could take a seat, I'll call for the people that I'm going to ask to speak. Let me just review this. Okay. Perry DeLuna, right? You are the Perry DeLuna?
I'm Steve Salke representing Perry DeLuna.
All right.
Make it here tonight.
Okay, I was looking for the individual, but go ahead.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Steve Salke. I'm with Stryker Construction. I'm a consultant, construction and real estate consultant for Mr. DeLuna.
Sir, we can't hear you, so we'd like to hear from you through the microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You have
All
a
right.
deep voice, but we couldn't hear it.
I'm sorry.
Because it
I'm
wasn't
sorry.
lined up.
I'm sorry. My name is Steve Salke with Stryker Construction. I'm a consultant, construction and real estate consultant for the owner, for the DeLuna family, on the property we're here to talk about tonight. I'm going to open the boardroom doors and give you a brief overview and insight of, I'm sorry. Okay, right there? Okay, that's good, that's good. I'll talk a little louder then. I'm going to open the boardroom doors and give you a brief overview and insight of some of the projects that the owner and I reviewed over the last couple of years. Basically, they go into these categories: apartment complexes, condominium and mixed-use projects, assisted living, housing for the elderly, lease to franchises, food court concepts, McDonald's proposal, and a weed dispensary. The developer's objective is to build as many units as possible, to build affordable housing, offer low and medium income housing incentives. To achieve their goals, they would request enhancements from the city planning, meaning less restrictions as to parking, open space, higher buildings, yielding a higher density, maximizing the number of units and profits. The development concept for apartments, condos, and assisted living are basically all the same. The objectives are very similar. These would be mass density projects with multi-story buildings covering a large part of the land, maximizing the number of units. For the food court, the property would be leased, not sold, and there'd be 2 signature franchises, 2 restaurants, with smaller additional franchises for tenants. The McDonald's concept, on the other hand, has 1 structure, 3,000 square feet, 22 feet tall, on a parcel that is roughly 37,000 square feet, a little less than an acre. They have large open spaces, landscaped, beautifying the area, with very low density. The large site easily accommodates vehicles flowing through and around the property. The weed dispensary, an entrepreneur presented a proposal to us to build an upscale store to display their products, and with a drive-through window to pick up medicinals and go, including an outdoor area to enjoy their medicinals. The proposal was named, they even gave it a name, Weed and Go. In conclusion, bear with me for a moment. Please look to the south, and what you'll see is a Courtyard Hotel, 5 stories tall. Picture, imagine several of these structures, large structures on that parcel of land. This is the definition, the pure definition of mass density. In reviewing the proposals, Mr. DeLuna and the DeLuna family, we compared the McDonald's design versus mass density projects, as already alluded to. Throwing out the Weed and Go, and in the absence of the city building a park, and Mr. the DeLuna family would love that, but in an entire generation of the DeLuna family, that has never happened. So, the merits of the McDonald concept is vastly superior to the other projects. The city planning and McDonald's should be commended for their efforts to working in concert to come up with the lowest density project of all the things that we have looked at over the last 10 years. Thank you the neighbors of Hawthorne and the city officials for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Is that it? Are those the initial statements from the Yeah, just so, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tawny Blade. I'm a McDonald's franchisee. I own and operate 2 McDonald's restaurants in Hawthorne along with my dad. We opened our first restaurant in 2001 on Rosecrans and Hendry, and we opened our second restaurant in 2014 on Rosecrans and Yukon. We are a small family-run business, and we spend the majority of our time in our restaurants engaging with our customers and our crew. We both started as crew members, and we worked our way up into franchisees. My dad has been in the McDonald's system for 60 years, and I have been in the McDonald's system for 30 years. We are hands-on and dedicated to both our employees and the communities that we do business in. Our 2 Hawthorne restaurants employ 120 people. 40% of them are Hawthorne residents. We have other Hawthorne residents working in our adjacent restaurants outside of the city. We believe in developing, educating, and promoting from within our organization and the McDonald's system. We offer numerous classes and development programs for our employees. We have English classes, we have management development classes. We also offer graduating high school students, our employees, and college students, college scholarships. We also have upper management, and all of them have started as crew and worked their way up. One of our area supervisors, who is here today, Christian Gill, and I believe he will speak after me, is a Hawthorne resident and a McDonald's employee. McDonald's was his first and only job. He started with us at age 16 and is now an area supervisor for 4 of our locations. He also oversees our maintenance and facilities department and our technology department. I am proud to say that he is also awarded the Top 1% General Manager Award 2 times, the Top 1% Supervisor Award once, and also the Top Technology Supervisor Award in the United States by McDonald's Corporation. He is also the supervisor of our Yukon Rosecrans restaurant. We are grateful and proud of him, as we are with the rest of our management staff. We take great pride in running fast, friendly, clean McDonald's restaurants, and we are committed to offering communities that we serve in a clean, safe, family-friendly environment. We believe strongly in giving back to the communities in which we do business. We have strong ties with the Hawthorne Police Department. In fact, our Rosecrans Hindry location partnered with the Hawthorne Police Department in 2011 to start the Coffee with a Cop program, and I'm sure all of you guys have attended. And now that's a nationwide program. We had our most recent Coffee with a Cop on October 10th at our Rosecrans and Hindry location. These are great events and give the community an opportunity to speak with local law enforcement about the concerns they have in the community. We usually host 2 to 3 of these a year, and we love hosting them. We also donate and raise funds for our local schools. Some examples are we do teachers' nights with Juan Cabrillo Elementary School, Wiseburn Middle School, and Prairie Vista Middle School. We also have participated in career days at Lusinger High School and participated in the Hawthorne Business Expert Expo, where we actively hired Hawthorne residents. We support the Kiwanis Club, the Parks and Recreations, AYSO, Little League, the Chamber of Commerce, the Hawthorne Police Department, and many others. And I am aware that there are concerns about opening a McDonald's restaurant near a residential area, and I understand that. But I want to assure you that we are local business owners and we work with our residents. We have several McDonald's restaurants that literally back up to apartment buildings and homes. We take great pride in the community, and as I mentioned earlier, we maintain our facilities. We are constantly checking the parking lots and the surrounding areas for trash and safety issues. In fact, our managers do a check every 30 minutes and our maintenance people every 15 minutes. We quickly remove any graffiti or vandalism. We respectfully keep homeless off of our property, and we work closely with our local residents if they have a concern about something in our restaurants. We work with them to address these concerns. We also work actively with the Hawthorne Police Department to make sure that our environment is safe. We also carefully make sure that we keep noise and activity on the parking lot to a minimum, especially during late night and early morning hours. Our focus on speed of service is exemplified by our fast drive-through times. Our drive-through times average 2 to 3 minutes, and we are in the top 10% when it comes to speed of Southern California McDonald's restaurants. Our location, this location that's being addressed is a dual lane drive-through system where 2 orders can be taken at one time. During high volume, we can also use a handheld order taker, which will allow us to take 3 orders at a time. We understand that congestion is a concern, and I assure you it's also a concern for us as well. We want to get our cars in and out of our McDonald's parking lot quickly and smoothly. We also offer mobile order pay on the app, which allows customers to order ahead and pick up their food either curbside, walking in, or through drive-through. These orders are prepared ahead of time, which also speeds up service quite a bit. And finally, I want to assure you that we are honored to be a part of the Hawthorne community, and we are grateful for everyone's patronage. And that is never taken for granted. We will work with the residents to make sure this new location is a place where you feel good about visiting. And again, thank you for your time and allowing me to speak today. And I'm not sure about procedure, but if there's an opportunity for Chris Gill, our supervisor.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you need to wait to be called. Yeah, thank you. So I need to give opportunity for the residents to speak at this point. The public hearing is now opened. I have some cards here. I'm going to allow for Mr. Frank DiPasquale. Sir?
Thank you, Mayor. Am I going to be based on a 3-minute timer?
Yes, 3 minutes, sir.
So they were not on the 3-minute timer.
Yeah, but those are the people who are part of. This is public oral communications. Those are the people who are.
All right. We'll get to it. All
the-
right. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I need a better understanding, City Attorney.
Yes.
If this is a public hearing, I didn't see that there's a time limit to a public hearing, so please confirm that.
There's not a 3-minute limitation.
Thank you.
There isn't?
There
Okay.
is, this is a
All right.
public hearing. Everybody could be heard.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes.
Well, that's not the purpose of my comments. So Mr. City Attorney, please interject at the appropriate time when I'm saying something incorrect.
Okay.
So we don't have this back and forth between council members. That's your obligation, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And congratulations on each one of your elections. I want to say that I appreciate McDonald's and I appreciate the work that's been done. And we are not here to diminish McDonald's. I think McDonald's does a fine job at what they do. They've presented a great looking facility, of which we have no problem with. However, there was one, and I understand the clean property, we understand the high additional possibilities for employment. But was one thing that was missing in that, and that is public safety. And that is the full content of what we will be speaking tonight about in terms of our discussion. That is public safety. The issue of protecting the drivers in Hawthorne when they are faced with situations that are very difficult to address. Unfortunately, I was not able to put up my photos that show what we're dealing with, but each of you have photographs of what I will be referring to. And so we're here tonight to voice our grave concern for safety, not only for the residents, but all drivers that are impacted about a 24-hour drive-through on Inglewood Avenue at the McDonald's project location. We're concerned about the traffic impact assessment that was done that predicted 840 additional vehicle trips in and out of McDonald's and the surrounding streets. We want to ensure that the City Council has taken into consideration all the consequences before granting the conditional use permit. The streets of 133rd and 134th and Inglewood Avenue were designed in the 40s, and adding vehicles today now with the parking lanes has put a tremendous strain on the streets. As you'll look in the photo, the first photo there, it's going to show you 133rd Street near the exit of the proposed site. You'll see cars parked. You'll see a mail truck. You'll see a prime van parked right in front of the entrance there. So nobody could get through there when that was the case. So the photo speaks for itself. So what will it look like when you add the additional traffic that is going to be proposed, that's been proposed by McDonald's? It's going to be tremendously worse. And just consider the backup that will occur of trying to make a left turn, because you don't just jump to the intersection and drive out. You wait for traffic to clear up. So now you're backing traffic up further and further. So we're just asking you to take an honest, thoughtful consideration of the voices of the residents whom you represent, and who are depending on you to preserve their safety and quality of life. Exiting on 133rd or 134th Streets is already dangerous. Many of you, I'm sure, have done it, especially when vehicles are parked near the intersection. They block your view. The next photographs will show you that you actually have to, if you want to make a left turn, one has to edge out, past into the crosswalk, past the cars that are parked on the side. It's the back of the other page. Past the crosswalk, past cars that are parked to try to get a view of what's going on. Well, now you're already into a potential traffic situation where you possibly are going to get hit by a vehicle. McDonald's on that page, unfortunately, I'm sorry that it doesn't show clearly, they set up their exits on Inglewood Avenue to have a 250-foot clear view, which is required for safe traffic exiting. However, if you go to 133rd or 134th Street, you can't get a 250-foot clear view because you've got a building blocking your way, and then you have cars blocking your way. So there again, it's a dangerous situation. It's a safety situation that we're addressing. Plus, cars trying to turn into 133rd Street or 134th when you're trying to make a left turn, and it's a very narrow street. It's just very dangerous. Also, the additional traffic that will come in there will just exacerbate the situation. So while we're not here to address peak hour and morning traffic, it's important to know that the people that live on these streets will avoid making a left turn. They will avoid going to Inglewood Avenue and turning left because it's too dangerous. They will go down Ramona. They will go to 135th Street. I personally go Ramona to El Segundo Boulevard because it's too dangerous to make, it's just dangerous to make that turn there. So, you know, it can be addressed, I hope. That's what we're asking for. But we are sure that the city will do their best to address it. Now, let's look at slide number 3. This is a picture of an accident that occurred, I'm sorry, folks, that occurred on Inglewood Avenue. It's a photo of the crash that occurred at the south, what would be the south entrance of the proposed project. And what you will see is a car that had to swerve around a car that was making a left turn lane because they were in a hurry, and they rear-ended back up into another car that was parked. And the other car hit that car. This photograph was shot by myself because when I drove by there, I couldn't believe that this could actually happen. But the car has actually pushed underneath the car in front of it that was trying to go around the car that was trying to make a left turn. This is a prime example of what we can expect when vehicles are waiting to make a left turn. They back up traffic on the southbound travel lane of Inglewood Avenue, and speeding drivers will swerve around them because they don't want to wait. I probably would do the same thing, but that again, you're setting up a potential for danger there. And it'll be multiplied, of course, exponentially if we consider that there's going to be an Inglewood entrance into the McDonald's. So now you've got additional concerns there. And I'm sure that no council member wants to go on record as having been informed of this dangerous potential and still voting to approve a CUP without addressing the safety issues. Per the city code, 10.12.0.40, that's the police department, is going to provide and has provided you with the annual traffic study report, that's in the code, in which it details the number of traffic accidents and the number of persons killed, numbers of persons injured, and on the streets of Hawthorne. The next photograph, we have taken the accident report and placed it on a map to show the accidents that have occurred. And most of the accidents have occurred at the southern part of the property, actually more towards 135th Street. There are a total of 11 accidents reported from the police department for the period of time between 22 and 24. Of that, 2 are pedestrian injuries, 1 bicycle and vehicle encounter, 2 rear-end crashes, 4 perpendicular right or left turns on or off Inglewood Avenue, 1 side swipe vehicle crash, and 1 single car impact. So a critical, critical consideration when we analyze this data is that all crashes occurred at the intersections of 135th or 132nd that have a traffic signal, but no traffic left turn lane.
Mr. DeBasquale, I have a question for you. Is this evidence that was introduced at the Planning Commission level?
The evidence was, I did present not this photograph, not this chart. I did not present it at the.
What about
I didn't have it at the time because the police department was unable to provide me with the data, and so I asked for the data, and I was only able to get it just recently, like within the last week.
Okay, and this is based on that report the data that you received from the
From the police department, yeah.
which was not submitted during the planning commission hearing, correct?
It was not because I did not have it.
Thank you.
I asked for it, requested for it, but I couldn't get it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So a consideration then, of course, is to remember that there is no left turn pocket lanes in the proposal. The McDonald's proposal has no left turn pocket lane. If we look at the 4 other McDonald's that are in Hawthorne, and I have provided you with a photograph of each, an aerial shot of each one. If you look at the photograph of the first one, McDonald's at Rosecrans and Henry, you will see that there are safe entrances and exits provided at each site. The McDonald's at Rosecrans and Henry near Costco has a left turn pocket for safe lane turns into the site off Henry. On the next page.
Quiet in the audience, please, while the speaker's speaking.
Sorry to put you asleep. The next page is the Hawthorne Boulevard. I'm sorry, the next one is the Yukon McDonald's, which you presented. Thank you for that. It has a left turn pocket lane off Rosecrans, allowing for a safe turn into the site. The next picture of number 10, I'm sorry, it would have been slide 10, is Imperial and Hawthorne Boulevard. There again, on Hawthorne Boulevard southbound, they've actually eliminated the left turn lane, so you can't make a left turn into McDonald's there. It's blocked off. But there is a pocket lane from Imperial to make a left turn into the entrance on Hawthorne Boulevard on the east side. So, moving on to the last one, which is the one on El Segundo Boulevard near Jefferson. That site provides a left turn pocket lane off of El Segundo, allowing for safe left turn while waiting for traffic to clear. These left turn pocket lanes represent the safest and most prudent way not to endanger drivers desiring to enter into and without fear of being rear-ended. And of course, and an important detail at this one on Yukon is that this location, McDonald's only has one exit from the site. Vehicles must exit onto El Segundo Avenue with no other entrances or exits provided. Now, I think it's hard to comprehend that the planning commissioners at the meeting, it was stated that a TIA, Traffic Impact Assessment, was not required for this project. That is hard to believe that our city code doesn't require that. Regardless, in any case, one was done. And I know that the company has other contracts with the city, but it's a total disregard of safety when it reports that a left turn pocket lane is not required because of low traffic volume and that there's not a significant amount of delay to traffic. It appears that the safety of drivers has been supplanted by the concern for traffic delays. When we talk about VMT, vehicle miles traveled, that has nothing to do with safety. And I think that the comment was made about the fact that there was an error in the report. However, that also shows the fact that nobody from that firm came out and visually inspected and looked at what the real situation is, or they would have seen that there's no parking on either side of those 3 streets that were mentioned. So I think that those are material misstatements that are inaccurate describing the existing conditions, and it shows that the actual review was not conducted that should have been conducted. And so, our city council has broadcast in the media outlets that their #1 concern is public safety, and I thank each one of you for that. Thank you, Mayor Vargas, for the public safety being your #2, according to the Daily Breeze report that you made. Congratulations to Councilwoman Johnson. We applaud your commitment for saying that statement that we need leaders not afraid to face scrutiny and willing to challenge citizens. We're grateful for the Hawthorne Municipal Code that has safety and quality of life and as an integral part of the decision-making process when it comes to conditional use permits. In fact, in Chapter 1740.050, it guarantees us that the granting of a CUP in a manner not detrimental to either the particular area or health and safety. Number 4 says guarantees us that granting use CUP will not impose undue burden on the streets and highways. And 17.40.060 guarantees us that the purpose of granting a CUP will consider factors that relate to general safety and the convenience of the public. The fact that adding over 800 vehicle trips as projected by the TA will most definitely be detrimental to health and safety and certainly be a major inconvenience. Now, the Planning Commission stated on November 20th that their hands were tied by SB 743 and CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. These bills are not designed to address public issues as we are speaking about tonight. In fact, you'll look at the California Association of Councils government statement on implementation is clear that AB 743 and CEQA are focused on transportation impacts on the environment. Measured environmental impacts of projects, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, traffic-related air pollution. Again, continuing on, water quality control, air quality attainment, waste management, habitat conservation. So one very obvious aspect of SB 743 and CEQA is that there is no mention or concern for what we as residents and all of the council members have as a #1 stated goal: public safety. So in conclusion, we come tonight as the voice of those who will bear the brunt of the project's impact on quality of life and safety. We've brought forth a variety of concerns that have been not adequately considered either by the Planning Commission, staff recommendation, or traffic impact assessment report, but now has been fully disclosed to this governing body. Public safety is expressly stated throughout the Hawthorne Municipal Code as it pertains to the granting of conditional use permits, and for that we are thankful. Now, we plead with the City Council to adhere to the public statements that each one of you made about public safety being your #1 concern, and deny the McDonald's drive-through until all safety concerns have been presented are fully addressed. Approving conditional use permit CU 2024-0007 without addressing the public safety issues is not in the best interest of residents, quality of life, or public safety for the citizens of Hawthorne. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to clarify a couple of things. As a chair, you do have the discretion to not allow same comments repeatedly by different speaker. And you also have the discretion to have reasonable cutoff point with timing, as if it's mainly if it's a repeated statement on the same topic.
Please get that right the first time, because then there's the back and forth here, and then people are thinking that I'm being a meanie or whatever. Just let's make sure we get all that stuff correct, okay?
Mayor, to the chair.
No, just hold on, just a moment. Hold on. I'll give you an opportunity right now. All right, I didn't give an opportunity for staff to speak. Please be concise with your messages. Deliver them, okay? Because few words. You only need a few words to convey what you need to convey. So there's a lot of people here ready to speak, okay? If you guys could be mindful of that, that would be very much appreciated. Okay? Go ahead, ma'am. Were you going to add something to that?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think ultimately, City Attorney, the rule of thumb is it is public comment. Rule 1. The mayor does have discretion with regards to repeated messaging. I agree. But I think at the end of the day, because unlike some persons up here, council members, we don't attend these planning commission meetings. At least I don't. And in my years of service, I have never attended a planning commission meeting so that I am impartial and I could hear the comments through a public hearing instead. And that's what we're doing tonight. So if things are being said that were said at the planning commission, I don't know. So if it's something that sounds redundant, it might not be redundant to me because I don't know what was said at the planning commission meeting.
I meant redundant here, not at the planning commission.
Okay, but I don't know that as far as, how many times it's been repeated through either the members that are here to say public comment. All I'm saying is fairness. We're trying to be fair. But
Correct.
I do respect the mayor's leadership with regards to discretion. If there is a sense of repeated messaging, it does get a little mixed up, diluted in the messaging. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
The best way to move forward is to try to keep it within a short amount. Use as few words as possible. I think that's reasonable. Okay? I do have, I just need to make sure that we have all the right information. Okay, guys? I have 5 more cards, but I'm going to give an opportunity for staff to give their comments. We didn't give staff the opportunity to speak. We got an opportunity here from the public, from Mr. Frankie Pasquale, and now we just want to give the floor to the staff, which should have happened previously, okay?
Thank you. We have no presentation tonight. The extent of the appeal revolves around the resolutions of the Planning Commission and the findings that were made there. So this is a review of a decision of the Planning Commission, and so staff has made our presentation to the Planning Commission, and now you're evaluating their adoption of the resolutions. So we did not prepare a presentation for this. Instead, we've allowed the applicant and the public to make their case.
Okay, thank you. And if for some reason later on we
Well,
need
I'll
to
be
call on
available
you,
for
that's
questions.
fine.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to ask Tawny Blake, McDonald's. Tawny Blake or Blade? I don't see the last name.
She made this.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, thank you. Ezequiel Aceves and Miss Susana Aceves.
Can I have the name again, please?
Ezequiel Aceves and Susana Aceves. So I can read it?
Good evening, Mayor Vargas and council members. We are the owners of the building right next to the proposed McDonald's, and I was not able to come to the previous meeting, but I wanted to, find out the safety I already mentioned to you by the previous speaker, but the noise level for my tenants and also the odor, and I don't know where exactly the trash cans are going to be and all that, and the building is a little older with older windows, and clearly the noise, if it's going to be a 24-hour drive-through, it's going to be noise, and the parking issue and the fence is the only thing dividing our building to the proposed McDonald's. So I just want to know what options do we have for the benefit of our tenants and our property, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Salk, Stryker Construction Consultant.
You already spoke, Mayor.
Spoke. Christian Gil, please. Christian Gil.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to Mr. Mayor and the council members. My name is Christian Gill, and I have been proud resident of the Hawthorne since 1997. I graduated from Lusinger High School in 2000 and attended El Camino College. Like many students, I needed a part-time job, to help to pay for books, and I found my first opportunity at a McDonald's in Hermosa Beach. That job was just the beginning of a 25-year career. I worked my way up from a crew member to my current position as an area supervisor, overseeing 4 of the McDonald's restaurants. I have memories walking around Yukon and Rosecrans Avenue during high school. I remember an empty lot that once housed a nursery back, and it was abandoned for years. Today, there's a thriving McDonald's in that spot, which is Yukon and Rosecrans. One that I am honored to supervise and proud to serve our community. When I was younger, there wasn't a local McDonald's nearby, so my family had to travel to Landale once a month. Now our community has a family-friendly restaurant where parents and kids can stop for a quick meal after school or on their way to school. Having a McDonald's in the neighborhood brought life to that corner with improved lighting and a safe, well-maintained environment. A McDonald's here not only provides convenience and community gathering spaces, but also creates local jobs and revitalize the area. I believe adding a McDonald's to our neighborhood will offer the same benefits, giving families a place to gather, students an opportunity for work, and the community in a reliable, welcoming spot. I am one of 8 Americans that have work in a McDonald's. Thank you for your time.
I have no further cards, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, council members. Thank you for hearing us and our concerns tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here and for listening to what the community, the people that live in this neighborhood have to say and what we think about this proposed McDonald's. It has been brought up that safety is a major concern here. These streets are very narrow. My house, I live on 134th Street, 300 feet in near the proposed McDonald's site. My house was built in 1921. That is over 100 years ago. It's older than the city of Hawthorne. When my house was built, you can't even imagine that the people were considering what traffic would be like in this day and age and what the vehicle sizes would be like, the Amazon trucks, the garbage trucks that would be coming up and down our streets. Our streets are very narrow. It's very dangerous already trying to turn onto Inglewood Avenue either right or left. There is a blind spot on my street that you have to actually pull into the northbound Inglewood Lane in order to get a clear view to see. That means that you are crossing over the crosswalk where people should be walking. It's a high traffic area with many schools nearby, many students that are commuting to and from school every day by foot, by scooter, by bicycle. And bringing 840 extra vehicles into that area is unimaginable. It is we can't handle that. With our streets cannot handle that influx. Like the McDonald's spokesperson said, it's primarily a residential area. All of the 4 McDonald's that Hawthorne has 4. We are a small town, relatively small town, and we already have 4 McDonald's. All of those are on major streets. They all have turn pockets. Inglewood is not a Hawthorne Boulevard. It's not an El Segundo Boulevard. It's quite a bit smaller. Even Inglewood Avenue, you can't do a U-turn on it. It's not allowed. There's no space for that. We don't have space for this. I have kids that commute to schools around the area, and it's already dangerous for them. Bringing in 840 plus extra vehicles traveling 24 hours a day is too much for our streets to handle. 24 hours a day. There's no other businesses open 24 hours in that area. We don't need that. And I want to mention the California Quality Act, CEQA, and SB 743 that were spoken about in the Planning Commission meeting. These were not intended to repress public safety. These are issues for environmental issues. We believe that the Planning Commission was misguided in their understanding of how SB 743 is implemented. A review of the hearing and discussion among the Planning Commissioners will reveal how they actually sympathize with our position and would have supported our cause, but they stated that their hands were tied by the state because of SB 743. There is no strong case that can be made wherein the state disregards public safety, imposing dangerous traffic conditions onto the community in order to promote an environmental cause. Public safety is expressly stated throughout the Hawthorne Municipal Code as it pertains to granting of a conditional use permit. And for that, we are truly thankful. We plead with each and every one of you, City Council. You all have stated that public safety is a grave concern for you. We are the residents. We live here. We travel these streets. We know from experience. And we just ask that when you make your decision, that you take our voices into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana. I want to use the 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jackson Hawthorne, and I live. That was my mom right there. I live in the same property, and so I have to commute to school every day, and it's already very dangerous. That street, I've seen the results of accidents, and going to crossing Inglewood Boulevard is already tons of cars in 7 in the morning. So it's just really hard for me to get to school. And I used to go to Ramona Elementary. Me and my little brother had to walk there every day, and we'd go on Inglewood Avenue, and it was always really busy and always a safety concern to all of us. And some things, like my little brother, he rides on scooter, and there's already been multiple bicycle and scooter accidents, as Frank previously said. And it's already pretty hard, and this would make it much more dangerous. Thank you.
Good. If this is optional, you're not required to do so. If you could give your name and your address, please.
Hello, my name is August Garrity, and I live on 134th Street. So very similar to everybody here. I'm right in the proximity to the proposed location. I not only come to you guys as a constituent, but I'm also a mom of 2 boys. I've got a 7 and a 4-year-old. And so while we're kind of putting a human touch to the people that are going to be affected by this project, my children and I will also, because we like to scooter to school. I do want to note that although Inglewood is a well-known street and it's pretty long, where we actually live is there's 2 lanes total, whether you're going, north or south on Inglewood Boulevard. So I think it sounds as if it's kind of this grand street when in actuality, it's really not. And there are, the high school, there's a preschool, and then there's also an elementary, all within this 4-square unit. And it's a community, and we have kids playing outside, and we have balls that go into the street, and there's a lot of other, innocuous things that typically happen in normal communities. Unfortunately, we're just nestled right on Inglewood. And I think that, thank you for listening to us all, but I think it's really important that, we note that we know that this is, and I can speak for the community, it's we understand that this is, we're not saying no to McDonald's because we're vegans and we don't eat meat. We understand that this is, a privately owned entity, and it can go to whoever this person chooses. But at the end of the day, McDonald's does bring a ton of traffic. It just does. I mean, there's a reason why when you're on the freeway and you got to get gas and you don't know where you're really going, McDonald's is typically one of the first things that you see is that Golden Arch sign. And I think that as community members, we are just trying to implore you guys to know that we have children, we have family. There's a ton of elderly that walks on our street. And although it would be really nice to, have, if you asked us, we would all maybe like a restaurant or a park, right? There's all these different things. But ultimately, I think that it's really important that our safety is paramount. And when you do increase traffic by 800 to 2,000 cars, because that's how much they serve daily, that's bringing a ton more traffic. And with all due respect, the franchise owner had said that she even has a McDonald's that's nestled up against the house. Who here would love a McDonald's nestled to their house? Nobody does. I mean, if that's the house that you pick, amazing. But we as community members are saying that that's what we don't want. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hello, my name is Anjali Kaintop. I live at 136th and Ramona Avenue. I wanted to just make a comment about the comment that one of the McDonald's representatives made that was out of context at the Planning Commission. The Dino's owner was Dino's Burgers on Inglewood, which is a block away from the proposed site. The owner was here, and he said although it would increase his business, he is against it due to safety and other concerns that he had. So that comment was kind of taken out of context a little bit. So my concern is mainly with the drive-through aspect, as it presents safety issues and environmental concerns with cars idling and polluting air, which is not consistent with Hawthorne's climate action plan. McDonald's is not a local business. They contribute massively to the climate crisis, mainly through the use of creating massive amounts of waste through single-use items. Additionally, their beef is sourced from South America. It's contributing to deforestation and increased greenhouse gas emissions. The traffic, also, just to bring up the safety issue of increased traffic, we already have a concern with Ramona. I live on the street that Ramona is on, 136th. During drop-off and pickup, that impacts 135th Street, 136, and 137. So those are all blocked off due to parents dropping off and picking up their students and their kids. So therefore, all those cars that are just trying to drive through go over to 134th and 133rd. So it's going to be a big mess with this drive-through. So I want to say that I do support having a restaurant in that location, a true sit-down restaurant, a local restaurant with proper parking and no drive-through. Thank you so much.
Hello. Is it on? You hear me? All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Congratulations on your reelection and yours and Ms. Johnson, your election to the council. We're both had some time in the Palmetto State of South Carolina, so go Gamecocks and Tigers. I live on 132nd, as you know. I actually, if you're familiar with Emmett Roads, I live in his old house. And I have two kids. One goes to Ramona, one goes to Hawthorne Middle School. And I walk to pick up my daughter at Ramona. So I walk down Ramona a lot, and there's already a lot of issues with people that are speeding down Ramona. They blow through the stop sign at 132nd and Ramona all the time, going down the hill. And if you, with the McDonald's as it is, if you put it in there, you're going to have an extra burden of traffic on 133rd and 134th. I would encourage all of you to drive to those streets at around 5 o'clock and see how difficult it is to get through there. It's a hard pass. I mean, you have to wait sometimes. And yes, you do have to edge out to turn on Inglewood, and you can, there's accidents waiting to happen all the time. So that's my concern. And I would like to see it kind of not have any exits or entrances on the side. We have a CVS that's on the Rosecrans and Inglewood. Yeah, thank you. And it's walled off at 142nd. So there's no traffic on 142nd. Why can't we have the same situation here? Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Amy Squires. I live in the Ramona track. So last Tuesday morning, I was driving north on Inglewood Avenue, and there was an accident right in front of me. And as August and Brianna mentioned earlier, Inglewood is tiny, it's narrow, it's 2 lanes, but it's 2 ways, but it's so much smaller than the other places that have McDonald's. So the cars were in the middle of the road. It was reduced to 1 lane. There were kids on bikes. There were people trying to help the women in the cars. It was absolutely chaotic. And it was at the intersection where there's a light. So if there's no light where the McDonald's is, that's even more concerning. I agree with everyone else here. We all know something will be built in that vacant lot, but we're concerned that putting a McDonald's there, which sits in a residential neighborhood. This is a residential neighborhood. We live here, we work here, we pay our taxes, we vote for our council members. We want to live in a community that where we feel safe. And we're just not going to feel safe with the extra traffic. Again, according to the press, you all really care about safety. So if you really care about safety and you're really listening to us, please hear us when what we're talking about. We don't want this McDonald's here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eric Martin. I live on 133rd in Ramona. You have all gotten emails from me since 2020 about Ramona Avenue and the speeding issues, and it's all culminating to this moment. I think all the issues I've been bringing up for years are being addressed today, and I don't want to take up anybody's time, but you're aware of all the issues on Ramona and all the students that walk to school, the uphill and downhill speeds. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for hearing us today. Please vote no on the proposed project as it's presented. On behalf of neighbors that are here and that many that aren't able to make it tonight, as well as my family and I, please consider our perspectives as well as the ideas of possible solutions to what many residents on 134th Street and others see as a safety and quality of life concern by allowing the proposed project move forward as accepted through the planning process. Again, thank you for hearing us. The current, the negative impact of the current design of this project. The safety issue is the traffic that will be introduced throughout 134th Street and other streets. Despite the fact that there are existing unsafe conditions at the intersections of 134th Street and Inglewood Avenue, the proposed project will exacerbate an already heightened traffic safety issue during certain times of the day. And with the proposed drive-through establishment, will now create more safety issues for many years to come if the project is approved at its current design. The factors that I would like to bring to your attention does not appear to be a consideration. The current design allows for 134th Street to be used as an entrance and exit for the drive-through lanes of the project's on-site parking lot entrance. Based on information shared in Planning Commission meeting on 11/20, there is no traffic study for the use of 134th Street to Ramona Avenue or Hawthorne, or 133rd Street to Ramona or Hawthorne Boulevard for the anticipated increase of traffic. As a resident of over 25 years, and with our neighbors, we've experienced and observed the use of 134th Street as, as a cut-through for many vehicles, including commercial trucks over 4 tons, which is not permitted per the city ordinance. With that said, we, the residents on 134th Street, have experienced the vehicle traffic on 134th Street with normal to light use at slow speeds to moderate heavy use and excessive speeds. Okay. What I didn't get to was the possible solutions. As a neighborhood restaurant, can the current parking study be done? does this project actually need 34 parking spaces? There's an article that I hope that council can read by Kimberly Hahn called Parking Generation, Replacing Flawed Standards with Custom Realities Park Plus. This, again, it seems like the entrance to 134th Street and 133rd Street, if whether or not the traffic can just be on Inglewood Avenue, opposed to bringing it down the residential streets. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Good evening. Nilo Michelin, Ramona resident and former city council member. First of all, congratulations on your swearing in, Mayor Vargas, Council Member Reyes English, and Council Member Johnson. It's a tough job. I know. I've been there. A McDonald's on Inglewood Avenue would cause gridlock on Inglewood Boulevard, 132nd, 134th, and Ramona Boulevard. It would be unsafe for students going to Ramona, Trinity, and Hawthorne High School. You heard the testimony from the moms, and you heard the testimony from the students. It would destroy a quiet neighborhood and replace it with a 24-hour-a-day noise, traffic, and homelessness. Think about it. Would you like to have a 24-hour McDonald's next to your home in Holly Glen, in Holly Park, in Central Hawthorne, and East Hawthorne? Put yourself in the shoes of the neighbors. I'm against having the McDonald's or a high-density housing on Inglewood Boulevard because Inglewood Boulevard is too narrow. Other cities have protected the neighborhood. Together, we can protect our neighborhood. Some say Senate Bill 743 does not allow you to stop McDonald's, but Senate Bill 743 covers the environment and not public safety. It's apples and oranges. Others say the Planning Commission has decided and there's nothing that could be done. But agenda item 10, option 3, gives you the power, and I quote, to direct staff to prepare a resolution denying the applications, overturn the Planning Commission, provide findings in support of that decision, and direct staff to bring a resolution back to a future meeting for adoption. The power is in your hands to save our neighborhood. And shame on you, McDonald's. If you try to put a McDonald's on Inglewood Boulevard in Redondo Beach, they would run you out. If you try to put 5 McDonald's in Manhattan Beach, they would run you out. But here you are trying to get your 5th McDonald's in Hawthorne because you think you can get away with it. I hope the City Council proves you wrong today. And by the way, a compromise to switch more traffic from Inglewood Boulevard to 133rd or 133rd to Inglewood Boulevard is not going to work. It's just going to cause the same problems that everybody has talked about. The only real compromise would be to eliminate the 24-hour drive-through. You heard a developer saying that there's an option for maybe a food court or a park. I think that would be a great option. You heard that there's going to be a dual lane inside that McDonald's. Think about how much traffic that is to have a dual lane. The Blade family, I just have a little bit, let me wrap it up. The Blade family has 2 McDonald's on Rosecrans, which is a huge boulevard, and they're doing great business on that. But Inglewood Boulevard is just too narrow. And yes, we do have a positive relationship with the 4 McDonald's in Hawthorne. We just don't want a 5th one. This is a great day for Hawthorne. 3 of you were just sworn in. And in your campaigns, you promised to increase public safety. And you promised to improve our quality of life. None of you promised to approve a 5th McDonald's. So please, keep your campaign promises. Vote yes for the city of good neighbors and no for McDonald's. Thank you.
Good evening. Ruben Sanchez. I'm with the North Hawthorne Community Association. I hear a lot of people talking about safety when it comes about during the day, but I haven't not heard anyone mention about the evening. Right now, as we're speaking, there are about like 7 vendors that are there on Inglewood Avenue, and that causes a big safety issue. it has been going on for, I don't know, I've seen it for the past year, since COVID. They've been hanging around over there. They have full-blown restaurants on the sidewalks. That's a safety concern, you know, and no one can stop it because it's on the LA County side. I believe it starts after the fact of when Dino's about to close or something like that. But you can go right now. They got like about 5, 6, 7. So safety has always been an issue. Just people haven't really addressed it. Now we're talking about Ramona Track and McDonald's. And like I said, and I mentioned before about McDonald's, they're going to do what they have to do because that's their business, because that's what the zoning permits in the city. You know, the residents need to wake up and start asking the questions. Why is it that we have so free zoning and ordinances that is so free for franchises like McDonald's to happen in our city? This did not happen overnight. This has been going on for decades. I've heard up north when they said, I told them, hey, I'm from Hawthorne. They said, yeah, that's a developer haven. So developers are the ones who have been running this city. McDonald's, you can't blame them. If you give them a chance, they're business people, just like any other business person. You know, but what we do have to be worried about is the development, the developers out there, because now we're talking safety. As all you recall, remember when we were screaming about the Crenshaw projects, about safety, when we were screaming about, hey, the traffic out there? And that's how we learned the hard way that the zoning is free, that you have council members up here who says, nah, SpaceX can't speak. You know, tell you guys can look it up on YouTube for yourselves, how they stopped it because they wanted to be the developers' minions and say, instead of 300, we're going to have 230 apartments over here in the Crenshaw projects. So the developers are waiting for McDonald's to leave so they can just come in and just swoop up with all the high-density apartments. Hey, that's Ramona, that's your area. Hell, they're talking about, what, We2Go and parking in your residential area. That's what's gonna happen. Because you guys have to start talking to all the council members, and you have to go to the planning commissioners, and you guys have to start working together and rezoning certain areas so this won't occur anymore. I'm sorry to hear it, but I thank you very much, and have a good night.
Good evening. My name's Steve Silva. I live on 134th Street. I live 300 feet from the proposed McDonald's site. Thank you guys for hearing our appeal tonight, and I hope that we are able to put this to bed this evening. I want to echo everybody's sentiments about safety. I have 2 children, a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, and I fear for the added traffic that this project will bring to our neighborhood. It's unsafe now as it is. I can't leave my house and turn down Englewood left with the traffic as it is now. I have to go all the way down to 135th where there's a light to safely cross the street. I want to put a couple numbers to this to kind of give an idea of how small it is there. Our streets are 25 feet wide, both on 133rd and 134th, with 8 feet of parking. That leaves you 17 feet to fit 2 cars, which average at 7 feet apiece. That leaves you with less than a foot of space between the cars. So that means that 2 cars of traffic trying to pass each other, that is extra traffic. They slow down, there is an issue. And with McDonald's saying that there's going to be 1,700 cars coming every day, that is 1 car a minute, 60 minutes a day, 24 hours a day. That means anytime I leave my house, I'm going to be dealing with traffic. It doesn't matter when it is or what's going on. And it's completely unsafe. And I am not excited about it. I also want to say that public health is also a public safety issue. And the overabundance of fast food restaurants contributing to unhealthy eating habits, which in turn lead to higher rates of obesity, diabetes, and heart disease, and other preventable chronic conditions. Studies have consistently shown that areas with high-density fast foods, like adding a 5th McDonald's would be, often face greater public health burdens. Hawthorne is growing in population and deserves to prioritize the well-being of our residents over the convenience of fast food. That's all. Thank you.
Next person.
Congratulations, all, and thanks for giving me a chance to speak. I do not have a dog in this fight. Small one here next to me. Do not mean that as a joke. However, I have spent a lot of time at the intersection that you're talking about over the past 8 weeks, and I've observed something that I think needs to be considered when you're talking about this project. My car was rear-ended a number of months ago, and I took it in on October 18th to a body shop that is at the on the west side of Inglewood Avenue, right where 132nd runs into it, so immediately adjacent to the property that you're all talking about. That body shop has 2 different spaces side by side with each other, and because I've had to park southbound on Inglewood for a lot of the time over that 8 weeks while my car was being repaired, I saw repeated incidents where the owner of that body shop was stopping the southbound traffic on Inglewood so that his employees could back cars out, back them up in the northbound or in the southbound lane to pull into their other adjoining spot to park them. I witnessed him personally doing this with my own car. It happens a lot, and there people are making U-turns in that intersection, and it's something that you can't control because they're on the county side. But if you had somebody watch what the traffic is coming in and out of that spot, it's directly across from where the people would be going into or out of this McDonald's, and I wanted you to be aware of that. Thank you.
Next person.
Lisandro Ruiz, I'm a resident for 12 years. I want to echo everyone's here, safety issues. I have 2 kids, they get it. They get it as a safety issues. When we told that they were going to get a McDonald's next door, they were kind of excited, but then reality hit them. My kids spoke on the last meeting here. Unfortunately, they're not here. They're 9 years old, 6 years old, and the first question they asked, oh, that means more traffic? Yes, that means more traffic. Next question, are we still going to be allowed to walk our dog? You know, now we have 3 exits that we have to deal with when we're walking the dog around the neighborhood. So our kids get it. Safety issues. Please take that into consideration.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm William Myers, a 48-year resident of the Ramona Track. I am the chairman of the Ramona Neighborhood Association, and we sponsored or assisted Frank in doing his study. So we do have a dog in the thing. I'm going to be very short because it looks like I'm the last Indian in the tribe, and I will say that the staff has given you three options to follow with resolving this situation. I hope you'll pick the right one. I'm going to even quote a little bit of Dr. Einstein. If something isn't working out, you try something new. So good night, and I hope you were well educated this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Antonio Isaia, 50-year resident in Hawthorne, and I live in the neighborhood. My family lives on 133rd, within 500 feet of the site. I'm on 135th near Ramona. Just wanted to point out something. About 20 years ago, my father requested a red curb be extended. This would be on the northeast corner of 133rd and Inglewood, right in front of the comic store. The reason being, when you're traveling westbound on 133rd, what normally happens is somebody's making a right turn from northbound Inglewood onto 133rd. They don't seem to realize that there are other people sharing the street with you, and there's a possible conflict there. Fortunately, this was 20 years ago when he requested it, and the city granted the request. Fortunately, it did alleviate the problem. I'm just pointing it out because a few other people have mentioned the issue with the side streets. I'm a former city planner for City of LA. I tried to come up with a solution to this problem. If this does get approved, I'm also requesting that there are no entrances, exits on the side streets. I don't know what the solution is other than to have a 7-foot dedication of Inglewood Avenue near McDonald's, but I don't think that's going to work either because basically you'd be curving Inglewood Avenue by the time you got to 132nd, and that would be even more dangerous. So I just wanted to point out that request that was made because even 20 years ago, there was a problem on 133rd Street. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? If not, I declare oral communications close ordered. Okay, discussion, or do we have a response from staff for the applicant?
Up here.
Or we're not?
If I can make a suggestion, you should reopen the public hearing and hear from the applicant as a chance to rebut anything that they've heard or to offer possible solutions. That's at your discretion, of course.
What's the will of the council?
To the chair.
Yes.
Thank you. We heard the residents. We heard the applicant. It's time that the city council has some questions for those entities.
Yeah, that's fine.
The city planning director, the applicants, and go from there.
Well, I guess that's fine. That in essence, that's going to be the same things. They're going to get to respond to our questions. So it's the same effect. So, all right, discussion. You can stay up here ready to answer. So if you want to stand next to at the mic, or whatever it is. Okay. Anybody who would like to? Right.
I would like, to the chair again?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Greg. I have a couple of questions because I was following some of the presentation and some of the questions posed with regards to SB 743, with regards to the traffic impact assessment, with regards to some misinformation that was then corrected. So, so Greg, was there, from what I understand, a traffic impact assessment, TIA, made by whom? The city? Engineers and or the applicant, and then the applicant providing you the information? I want to know what was that communication, if there was or wasn't, and who didn't.
Yeah, as I understand it, the applicant hired the consultant to prepare the TIA. We don't require one for restaurants or drive-throughs, so it was a voluntary action. That's how I understand it.
Okay, so why don't we, as a city, require a TIA?
It's not in the municipal code.
Okay. I'm just taking notes because obviously we need to make some changes. Please, audience. Please. Sir, your name, please?
Scott Wilkeson.
Sir, your application included a TIA, the traffic impact assessment?
As part of the overall application, a TIA was submitted to staff.
Okay. And did individuals, with regards to who you hired, the contractor, did they make physical visits to 133rd and 134th to provide that information back to the Planning Commission?
They did. They made physical visits to the area of the scope that was identified by conversations with staff. And just because there was an error, a typing error, it's incorrect to assume that our traffic engineer didn't visit the site.
So what was the error?
The error was the original traffic study stated there's parking on both sides of the street, when in fact there's only parking allowed on one side of the street.
Okay. And was that correction made to the Planning Commission, and there was a correction made so that everybody was aware, including those that were ultimately speaking on the item?
It was discussed during the Planning Commission. Our traffic engineer came up and addressed the Planning Commission, stating, yes, there was an error, but in fact, it had no, didn't change the result of the final traffic study results.
Okay. The other question I have, Greg, has to do with SB 743 and CEQA.
Yes.
Can you please provide just a brief of exactly what is SB 743 and why the planning commissioners were told that their hands were tied?
Oh, first of all, they weren't told their hands were tied. That was a statement that was made by planning commissioners. What happened was SB 374 or whatever changed the way that traffic is analyzed through the CEQA process, and it's shifted it from LOS, which stands for level of service, statewide, to VMT, which is vehicle miles traveled. So we used for the CEQA analysis. This is the environmental analysis. We use the VMT. We are not permitted to use the LOS any longer. However, the safety issues are still valid. They're just not part of the environmental analysis. It's an important distinction. So we reviewed the TIA as far as confirming that the project screened out on the VMT. Everything else was gravy for us.
Okay, so in fact, SB 743 is basically an environmental issue.
That's correct.
Okay, it's not a public safety issue.
No, it's not. As it was correctly stated by some of the residents, this is SB 743 is an environmental issue.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here, because at the end of the day, it was the planning commissioners that ultimately were provided information and were given direction and instruction with regard to exactly what is SB 743.
It didn't come up as instruction in the meeting. The context that it came up in was that a planning commissioner had gone to the Planning Commission Academy and learned about it there. So it wasn't instruction from staff.
So it should never been even mentioned at a planning meeting?
No, it's important that when looking at the environmental analysis, it is relevant, and
Okay.
it focuses on VMT.
Okay, so the environmental portion of this would have addressed actually the gases, the pollution, the environmental injustices with regards to air quality when you have an influx of, say, restaurants along in Inglewood Avenue that are restaurants and they're putting out gases based off of the oil that they're using, based off of the cooking that they're making, and just in general, it's an environmental concern.
Part of that is true. The VMT serves as a proxy for some of that, so related to vehicles, not related to frying or the cooking. This project qualified as a categorical exemption, so we didn't have to analyze the air quality impacts any further than that.
Okay. And then, sir, to you, with all due respect, did you make an outreach into the community? You said you went out and you did. How did you go out and give the community information on your potential application?
Yeah, part of my team is a third-party applicant who talked to staff about doing some outreach, and actually they wanted to do, my understanding is wanted to do a little bit more, and were directed to staff at some of the key neighbors and had a conversation with them, and then created flyers and reached out to them, and then also we hosted a virtual open house where I believe there was 20 or so participants at that, and that was in addition to the radius that staff sent out.
What was the radius of your outreach with flyers? I'm assuming you went door to door?
I have my third-party consultant here.
I'd like to hear how that
yeah.
worked. Thank
All
you.
right. Yep.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Zishan Yunus. I'm a Vice President at Kurt Pringle and Associates. We're a government relations, community engagement, and public affairs firm led by Kurt Pringle, former two-term mayor of Anaheim and former Speaker of the Assembly. We've had the privilege of serving McDonald's for well over a decade. At least 8 of those years have been under my direct consult. I would say this year I've probably worked on close to 30 McDonald's projects, and we approach all of them the same way. We go directly to city staff prior to a formal submittal and ask them, hey, what's the resident sentiment? What is your feeling about this site plan? How do you feel about the ingress and egress? At that point, and most importantly, what do you think we should develop as a traffic study methodology, right? So all of that goes into effect prior to our formal submittal so that we submit a project that city staff can ultimately endorse. As it relates to community engagement, Greg was very vocal about, hey, you know, you have some community members along 133rd that are going to have probably an issue with this. They've had concerns about high residential density. They've had concerns about traffic. They have concerns about existing issues that exist on Inglewood. I reached out to Mr. Eric Martin, who was the representative for those individuals. Many of the folks that spoke here tonight were a part of that digital open house. In addition, we did do neighborhood walks, talk to some folks. It wasn't a formal conversation. It was very much like, hey, how long have you lived here? What are your thoughts on the traffic? We relayed that information to our staff. We did a map of about 20 homes that were on the north and west sides of 133rd and 134th. I have a map of that tonight if all of you would like to see that, along with addresses. I also have the flyer that was sent bilingual. That flyer had the information of our applicant, Robert Priest, with Design UA. Nobody reached out to Robert. I did have multiple conversations with Mr. Eric Martin about his concerns, and ultimately the site plan that you see tonight is courtesy of the adjustments that him and some of the other residents that you've heard from today. The radius is 300 feet, as you know, from the city, so by now I think the residents have probably seen 3 notifications from the city. They should have received flyers from us, which we have mailed out, and as I mentioned, I have the list and those flyers. And then the community open house. And I did offer to Mr. Eric Martin and his residents to say, hey, reach out to me directly. I'll have coffee with you. I'll bring members of the applicant team. Nobody did take us up on that offer, but we pretty much were accessible for at least 4 months now to have those conversations.
When did it start? I mean, when did you do the
June.
outreach? In June?
I started in June, correct.
And you finished when?
It would have finished up until this morning if anybody had talked to me.
Can I see the flyer?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there, and then I'll have some more questions. I'll allow other council members to make comments.
To the chair.
Councilmember, would you like me to stay up here, or are you?
No, I have a quick question
Yes, ma'am.
for you. You talk about your outreach. During your outreach, did any of the residents say to you that they had concerns about traffic and safety? And if they did say they had issues with that, what was your response?
Absolutely. The traffic issue did come up. There were concerns about the 133rd and 134th being major traffic issues existing and arterials that went out all the way out to Ramona, Hawthorne Boulevard. There was a request from those residents for us to do a traffic study to those areas around Ramona Elementary. I was very candid with them and said, hey, that's well outside of the purview of what this project would ever be required to do in any other city. And we can't be responsible for traffic issues that exist outside of our purview. We did talk to them about the fact that there are existing traffic issues, and we did remind them that everybody's talked about there are a lot of McDonald's here. There's, you know, a few other sites here. McDonald's doesn't drive the traffic that many other large drive-throughs do. I communicated that with the residents. Most of the trips that are going to come to this McDonald's are ones that are already existing on Inglewood. And when you have a vacant parcel, anything that's built on a vacant parcel is going to show an uptick in trips to that parcel. So from a logical perspective, trips are increasing to that parcel because right now they are 0. However, the traffic that comes to McDonald's historically, out of, I would say 98% of their restaurants that are not in the resort area, like Knott's Berry Farm, Disneyland, so on and so forth, those are existing trips. Those are people going to work. Those are people going to school. Those are people going back and forth. And I think your second question was?
Well, I don't know if you answered my first question.
Okay.
So there was a mother that said she had 2 kids and she was concerned about the safety issue. Are you saying to me, or this is what I think you said, that those folks did not share that information with you? And if you are saying they did, what was your response? So if a mom said to you, I'm concerned for my kids' safety, what was your response to that that statement made to you?
Mayor Pro Tem, that was not brought up during any of my conversations with the community, nor was it reached out to us individually. The only time it's been brought up is either at the Planning Commission hearing, and a majority of it has been tonight.
So for 4 months, you were doing outreach to folks on 100 and 133rd Street, right?
I have a list of addresses.
Okay.
If you'd like to see.
And none of those folks said to you they were concerned about safety for their kids during your outreach for 4 months. No one brought that up to you during your outreach.
That is correct. I also do have emails here from Mr. Eric Martin, basically mentioning, hey, there's no real opposition to the project outside of the traffic on 133rd and 134th. These are the only two issues I plan to send to the City Council, is what Mr. Eric Martin's comment was to us. And I think he's also mentioned in previous emails to this body that he has had vibrant discussions with us and that we have done due diligence on our outreach. We can only be as good as the folks that reach out to us. I am no stranger to contentious conversations. Our firm is not one that's afraid of conflict or doing the work. However, that needs to be a two-part conversation. At no point did community members reach out to Mr. Robert Priest, to myself, and also, additionally, we have offered ourselves to city staff to say, Greg, Vaughn, anybody else, if you reach out, they have questions, I'm literally happy to drive here and have those conversations with our application team.
So how many people on 133rd, 34, 35, 36, 37 that you actually knocked on their door and had an actual conversation with? How many people in that 4-month span? Because we had a lot of those folks here tonight that live on those streets that spoke to the safety issue. So I'm just curious, how many people you actually touched?
Absolutely. And the answer to your question is the public safety comments have come up tonight almost exclusively. They have not been brought to our team. I'd like to reiterate that. Secondarily, in almost the 30 projects that I've worked on, and even a 500-unit project I'm working on residential, door knocking isn't really what's required anymore. It's not really what works. It's not really what's effective. We take our direction from city staff. When speaking to city staff,
I'm confused. What was your outreach, just passing out flyers? I thought earlier you said you actually went and talked to residents.
of course, yes, that is correct. Those aren't conflicting statements.
How did you talk to them, though? I'm just curious.
Sure. So prior to any type of development, our firm does due diligence. We walk the neighborhoods. Any neighbor that was outside, we spoke to. As I mentioned earlier, we didn't categorize those names. I didn't say, hey, can I write your name down?
Sure.
That usually doesn't end with a good conversation, right? Folks just like to have normal conversations. Spoke to maybe 3 or 4 folks. I don't see any of their faces in here tonight. I don't know if anybody has seen my face. But after that, we specifically started with Eric Martin because we were told he is the individual that's very active. So given that information, our outreach plan was built around him.
Okay.
I know that we have talked to, I'm so sorry, I forget your last name. Deep Pasquale. Mr. Deep Pasquale was part of our digital engagement. He received our flyer, he received our information. My business cards were attached to this letter that were sent out to these 20 addresses, and they're on 134th and 133rd. So we did not go to
20 people?
20 households.
20 households. And so when you send your information to Mr. Frank, he did not say he had a safety issue. He said he was okay with the project.
Those are also not, those don't have anything to do with one another. Mr. Pasquale never mentioned to me directly, him and I have never had a direct conversation outside of that digital engagement with any issues. The only person I've been able to have a maintaining conversation with has been Mr. Eric Martin, who I believe speaks for a lot of these folks, including Mr. Pasquale. But at no point has anybody else in this room, either through staff or directly, reached out to me, the applicant team, McDonald's, and obviously he is not supportive of the project, but he has made that very clear.
Okay, I have one more question. So basically, tonight is the first time you're hearing that the community had problems with safety.
No, I also mentioned that it was brought up briefly at the Planning Commission hearing. It's just
Okay.
not, it was not the primary talking point at the Planning Commission. That was
Got it.
traffic. Now it has shifted to public safety.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
To the chair, just real quick. Greg, yeah, Greg, real quick.
Order, no, sir, we need to see if you, just, please.
Thank you. Greg, who's Mr. Martin? Hold on. You guys, hold on.
Mr. Martin is
Hold on,
someone.
hold on. Please do not speak, sir. Mr. Gregg,
Yes.
was this the only person or individual that has been emailing you and emailing the applicant?
Before the project started, yes.
Okay.
And that's how I had his name.
Okay.
He had sent us a couple of emails.
Okay.
I think that there had been some activity at the site that might have gotten people interested in the site.
Right.
And so he inquired what was going on. I knew I knew of nothing at the time.
Okay.
But no, he's not the only one that reached out to us. We had submitted a number of letters that we received, but most of those were received once the Planning Commission was scheduled.
Right. Because, where's my file? Well, I have a file that I started collecting. I'm sure all of us were contacted here. I don't know necessarily Ms. Johnson because she was just sworn in tonight, but I'm sure Councilmember Patterson. And this is just some of what I was forwarded and what I received soon after, to be just so that we could be on point, soon after the Planning Commission meeting. Okay, so I just want you to know, again, this is all new information for me, and that's how come I'm making all these questions with regards to community outreach, because we've had other projects, such as the boring company, the underground boring, Tesla, SpaceX, other developments, and there's been those outreaches, that's happened too. And so I just want to make sure that the outreach was made, and it was a radius of 300, you said 300 feet?
300 feet is what's required by city staff with the notification. Our flyers went out to 20 addresses that are, it's roughly 5 to 6 homes from the parcel lines on 133rd and 134th, which
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's 300 feet on our side,
Yeah.
but it's the 5 is typically what we do.
Right. But it's also, fair to say, because again, we are seeing the influx of residents, probably beyond the 20 that you now identified, that are saying, this is a great concern, right?
And we would have been absolutely grateful to have met with all of these folks prior. As I mentioned, it is a two-way street. So I do believe many of the folks here in this room were given the opportunity to reach out to us, whether it's through staff, whether it's through existing posts on Facebook or Nextdoor, the information that I shared with people like Mr. Pasquale, and that just didn't happen. So we are only given the opportunity to have the sit-down and one-on-one conversations with those folks. And I do believe that the concessions that we've provided, I know that we have a potential hour adjustment that McDonald's is willing to discuss as well tonight to be a better neighbor. But the ingress and egress on 133rd, that was a direct change due to the community concerns. They said, we don't want an in and out on 133rd. We don't want to go back and forth. We want to change the site plan. We want you to include signage. We made that adjustment. It's not great for our business model, but it helps us be a better neighbor. We have noise reduction systems in the drive-through that reduce decibel levels after a certain hour so that the operator can make those adjustments on an ongoing basis. You heard Ms. Tawny Blade talk about all of the things that her operations do on an ongoing basis every 15 minutes. All of that, that's partly what McDonald's does in general, but the other things that we've talked about, potential reduction of hours, the change on 133rd Street, that was a direct result of community feedback.
And what other concessions did you provide?
Enhanced landscaping, we talked about, that was a big issue, is, hey, you know, if you're going to build this, we want to make sure that the landscaping looks good. We have a tentative landscaping plan that I think is going to significantly bolster the beautification on Inglewood. We talked about the design of the building, right, to make sure that it's complementary and attractive. We worked on city staff with that to make sure it's not a prototypical McDonald's, but has some variations, a little bit of tower elements. Color scheme, those are all things. And as Scott mentioned, oh, you're right here, trash enclosure that's safe and secure, things like that. Those are all an illumination, right, that only exists at our parcel lines. Those are all things that McDonald's does to make sure this project works. And the crosswalk, I'm so sorry, yes, there was a crosswalk that was requested through the process with city staff. So there is going to be a crosswalk that's across Inglewood that connects the front of our building to the other side of the street.
I'm glad you brought that up because, Greg, real quick, with regards to the potential crosswalk, there's some concerns there. Were those addressed? The concerns with regards to a crosswalk ultimately with no light, no signal. So who's going to stop for these folks? If there's not a signal light.
Yeah, there can't be a stoplight there, but we could have the flashing yellow lights. I'm sure we'd have to work that out with our Public Works Department.
Yeah. Sir, all due respect, truly. I've lived in Hawthorne almost 40 years. I went personally to the location and parked my car on 133rd where the entrance is at, just to get out of the way from that narrow street. I pulled my car into that empty driveway. And I sat there after 5 o'clock. I went 3 separate times, including a weekend. And I just sat there to make observation because, you know, I believe a real, true, sincere representative needs to touch it, needs to be there, and needs to understand what's at stake here. And I sat there, and what I witnessed was to the north of 133rd, which is 2 parking spots, Mayor, in white, you know, the little boxes. You got to park inside the little box, right? Okay. 2 cars, because that's what fits on that little slot. And then you've got the apartment complex that has its drive in there. And then you have, obviously, houses that start after that. And I noticed there was Amazon parked right next to me. And I thought to myself, well, there's those 2 cars. I'm way over here because I'm putting myself as closest to the gate as possible because I know I can't just park on the street. And I witnessed some of the congestion, right? And when you made mention that, you know, you don't have a sense of, you know, obligation because nobody reached out to you, or you feel like, say, for instance, it was not brought to your attention, right? Some folks are not going to want to talk to a consultant, let alone somebody that's bringing something that they don't want, just with fairness. Okay, because you've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this a long time, and so I know how that works. So when I started seeing that, I went to the other side of 134th, and it was kind of maybe a little better on 134th, maybe, because you do have parking on that, you know, which is going to be the southern portion of 134th. And then forget Inglewood Avenue in front of 133rd and 134th, because that's all already, you know, congested with cars. There's some red curb there. There's some red curb on either side, but, you know, just getting out from 133rd, 134th on back onto Inglewood Avenue, obviously you can't do that. So where I was parked, I'm facing, you know, the east. So I had to just continue up east, go Ramona, either direction. And so that's what I played with. I used this scenario of just playing, me coming off of Inglewood Avenue, making a left turn onto 133rd, heading east, and then having to go back up to Ramona and go either direction, north or south, to make my turn. I just started thinking, okay, this is what they're talking about. And what I mean by that is, even though you put a sign that says no at the exit of McDonald's, right, on 133rd, 134th, the exit's going to be what, 133rd?
133rd will have a left turn only with signage and would also have architecture that does not allow for a right turn or an entrance.
Right. Do you really believe that's going to happen?
Yeah, we've seen it work in 100 municipalities.
In,
So
in major streets.
Yeah, absolutely. This
Right.
is not a product that's new to Hawthorne. I mean, we are very well versed in much higher density on much larger streets and having that work. So I do believe that the architecture, the signage, and the infrastructure and this technical team will be capable of ensuring that that will work.
I'm going to say other.
Sure.
Just for the simple fact that folks are not going to turn left because it's already difficult to get out of that street, 133rd, to get on Inglewood Avenue. They're going to turn around and go up the street and go either Ramona, left or right.
So just to clarify, council member, if you're in our parcel and you are going along Inglewood and you get to 133rd, you physically will not be able to get your car around because the architecture will turn you towards 133rd. You would have to break significant traffic and logic laws to make that turn, which I don't think anybody in this room would do.
Yeah. Well, I've lived here 40 years. And I have other residents that have lived here long too. And when folks don't live here, they'll say anything, right? So I just want to be fair when it comes to me. I live here. I'm vested here, right?
And we would like to be invested here too.
I absolutely.
And we are.
I personally am all business. In my years of service, I am really strong when it comes to business development, business economics, developments. I created Business Connect to assure there's a fast track so folks could get their permitting and there's no slowing down, right? Big. But when you talk about a McDonald's on a already congested roadway, in a community surrounded on either direction, east, west, north, south, that concerns me. If you were to say, Councilmember English, we want to do another one near Crenshaw on Rosecrans, what do you think? Perfect. Which would be on the southern portion near Crenshaw. That's a big major cross street, right? Major cross streets. Now that I'm hearing like all the concerns with regards to the public safety factor, the quality of life, and the reason I say quality of life is because those residents have lived there for a number of years, and now their quality of life is going to be impacted. How is that going to be impacted? Because of the ongoing traffic concerns, and especially the number of vehicles that have been already said to increase in the area, which is some 800 and some vehicles, right? That's the projection.
Correct, and that's the projection to the parcel, not to the area.
But
I just want to clarify because we're starting from zero right now. So anything you could build, a pickleball court, a park, it's going to have a vehicle trip increase.
Councilmember, I think somebody else wants to
yeah.
speak too.
Okay, go ahead. I respectfully appreciate your time and your responses.
Thank you.
And we'll continue to engage here. Thank you.
Man, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me start saying that, as a council member and also being in Hawthorne for 30 years, we always want business to come to Hawthorne, and we want to be a good neighbor to everyone. And let me say that probably every day I go on Inglewood, 132nd, Ramona, because I live on Ramona on the north side. But I'm the administrator of the Hawthorne Moose Lodge that is right there on 132nd and Inglewood. And I do agree with all the residents. Inglewood is a busy traffic street. And there has been accident, because I have witnessed accident. Right there on that corner, 132nd and Inglewood Avenue, some cars, flying by because they don't obey the laws, and then they hit somebody on the back, and et cetera, et cetera. So we know traffic in Hawthorne is congested. We know parking is another issue that was brought up. And that's why in the past I tried to bring smart parking meters to alleviate the traffic and the parking. So believe it or not, when I heard that McDonald was coming to that site, I said it was a blessing. You know why? Because I was afraid that some of the developers going to put apartment building. They could go up to the, 5th story high. And you were going to have apartment building there, maybe with 600 units, and the state have allowed them to build no parking structure, because Inglewood is a transit corridor, have buses going by. And we, the planning department and the city, could not stop that development. So when I heard McDonald was coming, I said, oh my God, thank you, Jesus. Because you remember the site, it was a trailer park, they got on fire. And like I said, I go to that Inglewood and Ramona track every single day because I have to go to the Moose Lodge. So I know the traffic issues. But I have to say, think about it, that if you put over there 600 units, and each family of 4 nowadays have 3 cars, and where they're going to park? In your neighborhood. Because the state said, don't do no parking, because it's a transit corridor. They have buses going by. And we could not stop them. So my point is, you need to think about, when we talk about public safety, it's not just traffic. It's about our police department. It's about our fire department. It's about our public works. And we need revenues to pay the public safety. That is PD, the police department that do an outstanding job, the public works, the fire department, to fix your potholes. So we are not in the business to stop business. We have to embrace this business that wants to come to Hawthorne, because look, for these past 6 years, I've been going to conferences begging restaurants to come to Hawthorne. I have begged Flaming, Houston, even Olive Gardens, and they don't want. I don't know why, but they don't. So when McDonald's coming to an obliged place that's been, homeless has been there, fire has been there. So what I wanted to tell my staff, our city planning department, and the public works and the police department, is to come up with a safety plan for that zone, maybe even make 133rd and 134th a one-way street. Okay? So to allow even more parking. Maybe even on Inglewood in our side, because remember, one side is the county and our side is Hawthorne. Maybe on our side on Inglewood to put no parking, period. So then we could start thinking about left turns and flashing light. Because to me, you going to be happy with that McDonald's. Because let me tell you, the McDonald's that came on Rose Grand and Yukon, people like you, residents, came to say no, 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 no. And even there is a burger place across the street. They came and opposed McDonald's. But the other, like 6 months ago, I went there for their 30-year anniversary. They said McDonald's was a blessing for their business. They have made more money with the McDonald's than before. So I understand your concern about the public safety, because like I said, Inglewood is basically my street. 132nd, 133rd, all those streets. Even Ramona, Ramona School, I used to be on the school board for 12 years. We tried to mitigate the traffic there on all those streets. So my thing is, we are not in the business of stopping business that come to Hawthorne, because we'll set up a precedent that if we overturn the Planning Commission's decision, that everybody will come to this council to overturn everything that they do. And it's their jobs to come up with good solutions for our city, to grow our city. So I'm telling you that you will be better off with McDonald's there than a 600-unit apartment or weed through whatever. So I want my staff, I want us to come up with a plan to allow McDonald's to continue with their project with that CPU, but to make sure that we're going to work on 133rd, 134th, potentially to make those streets one-way street, and no parking on the side of the Inglewood that maybe go from 132nd all the way down to 136 or 37 on the street. So we can begin to see to widen the Inglewood in our side, so to make people much more comfortable. Because I don't want the McDonald's traffic to go into the Ramona neighborhood. I don't want them to go, to the east. So they have to come out on Inglewood and maybe put some no left turn, do something to mitigate all the traffic concerns from our residents. Because I understand that. I drive those streets every single day. But, like I said, it's not just Ramona Track. In every corner of Hawthorne, we have traffic problem. We have people getting out of the freeway, coming to on 120, on Imperial, on El Segundo. Traffic has become impossible. And we are only 5.9 square mile of city, and we do have already 90,000 residents. And like I said, a family of 4, nowadays they have 4 cars. And we do not want another high-density unit there, because you can see what they're doing right there on Rose Grand, on the Gardena side, on all those big buildings, because the state have taken away our zoning and ability to regulate zoning and land use, because they want more apartment building with no parking. So the McDonald's, I tell you, I thought it was a blessing, because I said, oh, thanks God, it's not going to be an apartment building. So in my view, for a serious good neighbor, we need to accommodate the traffic concern of the residents, but allow McDonald's to continuing, because we cannot stop business to come to Hawthorne, because we need revenues to fix your potholes, to pay for the police department, to pay for the fire department, to pay for the public works that maintain our beautiful streets and parks. Because without revenue, we can sink quickly. And believe me, we've been working, the city manager and I, and even the council member, former council member David Parents, we have gone to conference in Las Vegas, in San Diego, begging business to come to Hawthorne. But if we begin to say we're going to choose who's coming because of issues, yes, we can mitigate the issues, but at the same time, we'd accommodate everyone. We are the city of good neighbor, and we have to live alongside, because traffic is a problem everywhere. Okay? That's my saying.
Thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking. I wanted to listen to what everybody was saying. And thank you to the residents who came. I did purposely stay away from the Planning Commission meeting to be able to be as unbiased. I mean, I stopped by the back, but I had to leave, because I had to teach at El Camino. But I don't know what's going on over here, but
I'm going to play the video on YouTube.
I didn't speak though, but I was in the back. That's fine. So I think it's important that the residents really understand what they're asking for. And right now we have an effort from the developer and the applicant to put this like a McDonald's safety, traffic. You need to realize that, and you don't realize it yet, that if this doesn't go through, they have a by right use to put high density housing. And since it's a traffic corridor, it's little to no parking within this building. On top of that, they get density bonuses because of the state mandates. Okay, by right, you will not be able to come even to determine or to even ask for any safety precautions or any type of law. Hey, there's no left turn. No, you cannot prohibit that. You will not have no input on the plans that the developer presents. You can't restrict what they're going to do there. You need to understand that. You really do. I'm sorry. There might be some unhappy faces in there and whatever, but this is really what's going to happen. You're asking, 800 cars coming in and out. But you have the efforts. I mean, I'm not trying to, they're saying that they're going to prohibit the right turns into the neighborhood on the north side with a concrete berm to make everybody turn left onto Inglewood and prohibit left turns over here. Entrances. The entrances can come from wherever on one side, I believe, okay? But you want to replace 800 visits to this place with, what was it, 400 cars at the minimum to 400 units to 600 units, each unit having, let's say at the minimum, two cars. You're easily going to replace everything you're saying with a non-restricted, non-protected, without any input on the safety factor for those cars that are coming in and out. Plain and simple, guys. I did hear, it's unhealthy. I don't want a McDonald's. Don't go eat there. It's very simple. Boom. Okay? Don't go eat there. That's not your choice. You don't like it. Do we deserve something more? Okay. Absolutely. I think we deserve like those sit-down restaurants like all these other cities are there. So that's why I think, something contentious was, how do we classify ourselves as a city and what efforts do we do? But we're certainly not going to get those types of restaurants, or if we start saying no to these, are not business friendly. Okay? I think we need to be very careful what you're trading and what you're going to get in return. Okay, we've already seen this, and there's a big effort to build housing left and right all over the place. And this is one spot that we need to make sure that doesn't, you guys don't get that. You'll be very unhappy once you see. Have anybody heard about it over there on the other side of Inglewood Avenue? That they're going to build a 5 or 6 story apartment building with high density? They talk to you, sir. They talk to you. And no, I'm not related to the guy. He has my last name, but not all Vargases are related, okay? So whoever was the nut that implied that is crazy. Okay? Hey, you're going to see that very soon on the other side. That's county territory. You're going to see what it's going to look like over here on the Ramona side. So we just need to be very careful. Okay?
To the chair.
Sir, I mean, you heard about that, right, sir?
Yeah. To the chair, just a quick, motion also. If McDonald can think about it, to stop the drive-through by 12 a.m. and reopen at 5 a.m., So it would not be 24 hours. Can you do that for us?
Yes, McDonald's will be open to that.
All right, fantastic.
For the breakfast part? The breakfast.
Yeah, 5 a.m. to midnight.
You do
5
not.
a.m. to midnight,
No,
yeah.
you know what? No, I want to
Wait,
see
you-
some of you in front of me in the cars waiting
No.
to get the breakfast sandwiches. So
You
don't-
get up at 5 a.m.? No, you don't. Anyway,
I'm ready to make a motion.
What's that
hold
motion?
on. Hold on.
All right.
Pump the brakes. Okay, go. I'm going to talk until you get back. Okay, so again, I'm being honest. I've always been honest. I'm just forward thinking, and I don't necessarily believe we need a fifth McDonald's. That's me up here. I'm not saying that I'm against business. I'm not saying that I'm against family-owned businesses. I'm not saying I'm against restaurants. All I'm saying is 5 McDonald's in a 5-mile radius city is too much, especially on an Inglewood street that is already congested from county, city, and an influx of vehicles that are using that to drive through to the other cities that are across from us, either Lawndale, Torrance. Everybody uses side streets here in Hawthorne. It reminds me of the application Maze, right? When folks are trying to find the easiest route to get home and they jump on Maze, and what happens? Maze takes them through community streets, and then people are upset because these apps are showing them to go down their streets. That's a disruption of quality of life. And that's my concern, is the influx of vehicles that are not going to necessarily pay attention to the signage. But I do believe, because McDonald's wants to be giving and wants to be supportive of the community, that it has its community best interests and that it would use its concessions to make it right, whatever those concessions may be from up here. If the city needs a crossing lane, across a lane on that street with lights, I want McDonald's to pay for it. If McDonald's wants to put a no left turn and put whatever there, McDonald's is going to pay for it. If there's going to be a drive-through with a number of hours of operation, that you're going to do the right thing and provide hours that are not disrupted to the sleep and the well-being of those that are adjacent to your property. And anything else that may come down the road, I would be willing to look at it 6 months from now after opening, up to a year potentially, to see what other concerns are there, so we could nip those in the bud as well.
One quick comment I wanted to make. For the record, I said, 300 feet, 300. In the recent past, it used to be 500 feet notification. And the council dynamic at that time reduced it to 300 feet radius. I was the person that opposed it. I had a big problem with that. So if anybody out here saying, we didn't get notified or we didn't get, that's a result of that decision back then. You need to be very observant what the decisions are, not just these things that happen here, but you also need to be very cognizant what happens in other neighborhoods in the city of Hawthorne, because those set the precedent for what happens in your own backyard. I mean, really, so I'm fully in support of full safety measures.
Yeah.
If there's some accommodations that you could do to be able to make sure that we avoid traffic into the neighborhoods, the berms that we talked, the concrete berms that we talked about, a berm, it's concrete berms that turn left over here on the north side, and then ensure that there's minimizes traffic coming in. If you could still relocate, maybe even the entrances and the exits, if that's still a possibility in the design. But I think the one-way streets, considering the one-way streets, maybe it's not definite, but it's something that we could consider. So go ahead and make your motion or whatever. You're going to talk about it.
Because what I want to do is, actually, I want to do the number 2, direct staff to prepare resolution to uphold the planning commission approval with the specific modification to brought back to the future meeting for adoption. So what I want to do is, McDonald, just to continue with your project, but I want to direct to the staff, to Greg and Public Works and the police department, to come up with the solution that may be to make 133rd and 134th one-way street from Ramona to Inglewood. Not the way around, not from Inglewood to Ramona, but from east to west. From east to west, one-way street. And then also no parking on Inglewood. Because, you know, all those car dealer, you know, those repair shops, they keep parking over there, they will block the traffic. And I agree with you, all of you, because look, I would never make a left turn to go south on Inglewood from 100, from my parking lot. I would have to go to a light to make that. So also, I like the idea about the crosswalk, but you know, there is some smart crosswalk that have lights on the ground, you know, or even those flashing lights on the top. So we can come up with that with the help with McDonough, and to make sure that no traffic goes into neighborhoods of Ramona Track. So those are my conditions, but I would uphold the Planning Commission granted the CPU because the business have to continue.
What about the closure from 12 to 5?
To the chair.
That's my motion.
To the chair.
A second.
Real quick question on his motion. It's on the floor. So will we be upholding the decision of the Planning Commission
Number
today?
2, yeah.
Well, let's be careful about that. That's going to upholding the decision comes back.
No,
If we want to uphold it today, we need to choose
because it said direct staff to prepare resolution uphold the Planning Commission approval, right? Because they did approve.
You could uphold the Planning Commission decision with modifications.
Exactly. That's what I want to do with those modifications.
So
but
that decisions are
but to allow the McDonald's to continue with the drive-through COP that was approved by the Planning Commission.
To the chair.
Modifications.
With
Go
the
ahead.
modification, yes.
To the chair.
Of what we discussed.
Second.
To the chair. You made a first, you made a second. I'd also like to make a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
There's a motion. There was a motion. on
Okay,
the floor.
so there's one vote. There's a second vote.
No, what was your motion?
My motion is to direct staff to prepare a resolution denying the applications, overturn the planning commissions, provide findings and support that the decision directs staff to bring a resolution back to a future meeting for adoption. And this is just based off of the outcry of the community with regards to too much.
Mr. City
in
Attorney,
a
there was a
impacted
motion on
area.
the floor. Repeat the motion that was made
Why don't we
by-
take a vote on the first motion? If there isn't a support, the quorum support, then we could take up the second motion.
Can you please restate the motion, Mr. City Attorney?
It was to direct staff to prepare a resolution upholding the Planning Commission approval with specified modifications. The modifications were to have 133rd and 134th Street one-way, east to west, and no parking on Inglewood Avenue, and add a crosswalk on Inglewood Avenue.
Councilmember Montero, was your motion to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission today and come back with modifications?
Well-
Or to come back with the resolution?
Is to come back with
the resolution.
what the staff is going to do, right? But what I'm saying is, let's go along with the Planning Commission decision.
Today?
Today.
All right. Mr. City Attorney, did you read that?
To come back with a resolution
No,
with modification.
to uphold the decision of the city, the Planning Commission today, but also come back with the modifications.
Yes, and that will all be in the resolution.
Yes, because he had to create a resolution. Yes.
And
But it will continue. We uphold the decision.
so that was seconded, so we need a vote on that.
Please vote.
The votes are in. The voting reflects Councilwoman Faye Johnson, Mayor Vargas, and Councilman Alex Montero voting yes, Angie Reyes English abstaining, Katrina Manning voting no.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
To the chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Let me just real quickly give my my thoughts. To McDonald's, I hope that, again, we will work collectively to address the issues that were brought to us today, the concerns from the community. And for the community, this is a process in which you were all engaged. I appreciate the fact that this is something close to you, which is, the concerns of public safety and quality of life, and that you made every effort with regards to planning, going to planning commission meetings and addressing the council. And you were heard, and obviously we push forward, and we just continue to address the concerns in the area, should there be some, so that in the future we could continue this discussion to address the public safety factor. And that's my hope too. Just like I gave directives and provided my recommendations, and that's something that will continue when this item comes back to City Council for final approval.
City Manager's
Thank you.
consent calendar. Madam Clerk.
Item 11, Microsoft Enterprise Software Licensing Agreement, 3-year renewal of licensing services and support via Dell Technologies, custodian of the Riverside County, California State Government Purchasing Agreement. Item 12, Supplemental Support and Gap Analysis Agreement for Tyler Enterprise Software Suite. Item 13, Police Department Records Digitization Project. Item 14, Award of Contract for City of Hawthorne Senior Center Project Number 24-03. Item 15, Renewal of the Quarter 1 Financial Report for Fiscal Year 2024-2025. Item 16, Amendment to Contract for Administering the COVID-19 Relief and Economic Recovery Program. Item 17, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, update and request for approval of recommendations. Mr. Mayor, that concludes the City Manager's consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve items 11 through 17?
I move.
Second.
Please vote.
The votes are in. The voting reflects Mayor and Council voting yes.
Okay, the City Attorney's consent calendar. Can you read that, please?
Yes. Item 18, claim for bodily injury by Anna B. Acosta. Recommended motion, staff recommends that the City Council deny the claim by Anna B. Acosta. Mr. Mayor, that concludes the City Attorney's consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve item 18?
I move.
Second.
Please vote.
The votes are in. The vote reflects Mayor and Council voting yes.
We have 4 discussion action items. Did I miss it? No. City Council's discussion item. Mayor Pro Tem Manning, please proceed.
This is stuck.
Just a moment. Council, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to give Ara an opportunity.
Sure.
To say something on behalf of her office.
Sure.
Because I wasn't able to, we were trying to fit her in, and she's so patiently waited. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council. My name is Ara An, and I'm from Supervisor Holly Mitchell's office at LA County 2nd District. I appreciate this opportunity because swearing earlier was so hectic, and that item was really long, but I'm happy to be here with you all. And I'm here today because I want to congratulate the newly elected and re-elected elected officials. And also outgoing council member David Patterson. He has been committed to this community, so we're really grateful for him as well. And for newly elected council member Faye Johnson, I look forward to working with you. And there are many ways that county and cities work together. So yeah, thank you for your service. And for Mayor Vargas and Councilmember Andrew Reyes English, reflecting back, we have worked in so many ways. For the City of Hawthorne, you have been an amazing partner with the county. We were able to have amazing events like food distribution, senior resource event, and whatnot. And I hope we can continue to do that and be a great partner. So yeah, thank you everyone, and yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We really appreciate. Greetings to the supervisor, please, and congratulations to her on her re-election. proceed, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
So I am asking the support of my colleagues to request that our city attorney provide us a consistent update on what he's working on. Evaluation. I am asking for our city attorney in order to gain a clear understanding of your work and to be informed about your accomplishments. I would like you to provide a quarterly update on the activities and the progress of your department. Additionally, I am requesting that a peer review be conducted within your department. The dates that I am requesting the reports is for April 1st, 2025, July 1st, 2025, October 1st, 2025, and January 3rd, 2026. I understand and I am completely aware that you have submitted one report in July 5th, 2024. But I am requesting that this be a continuing activity to make sure that we're being updated of the work that you're doing. I am aware that our other departments provide us updates on what they're doing on a consistent basis, monthly basis. And so I would want to make sure that you are aligning along with the rest of the departments and providing us updates on the work that you're doing and your accomplishments. Thank you.
Just for clarification, it's also the discussion item talks about evaluation. Did you mean a performance evaluation or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm going to start this off on my end. I think that one of the things that we've been complaining as a city council has been complaining about our staff not being able to get certain things done and responses. I mean, I've been concerned about the amount of directives being given at council meetings, and we actually have a policy that says that there's a 2 directive limit per council member, so that's probably for another discussion. But these reports that we're asking seem punitive. I think we're taking away staff and all the other areas from getting some of their duties done. And to take it to the level where we're going to be having an evaluation quarterly, we already have the power to give the ultimate evaluation in one hit. When we decide to have an evaluation for the purposes of removing somebody or keeping them. So I think that could be had at any time. Do I agree that maybe we could get some general report from the different departments and from, like, say the city attorney? I believe we can get some type of thing, but by tacking along an evaluation, I think that's punitive when we already have the power to be able to do the ultimate review. Yeah.
Chair, thank you. I do agree with you, and because the city attorney have gave us that report in July, and then he updated that report and gave it to us last week again. So I think, to me, that is sufficient to have, if can give us quarterly report, but not evaluation, just to give us an, what the department has been doing. And believe it or not, for us as a council member, sometimes we should not know what the city attorney is prosecuting or litigation, because if we know too much, we might even be called to testify. So that actually is a lot of conflict of issues there that we should be aware, not to be so specific into what the department has been doing, because he gave us reports, he gave us confidential memos every time that we have a council meeting, to at least twice a month. He gave us those confidential reports, what they've been doing. And to me, it would be sufficient if give us just a general report on quarterly, but not evaluation. So I agree with Mr. Vargas.
Real quick feedback on that. And one of the reports actually would coincide with the budget. During the presentation of the budget, there's a report involved on the operations of the city attorney's office. So that's one report in itself. 3 other reports. I'd be willing to support you on that, but not the evaluation for it.
To the chair. So how do you evaluate the accomplishments and the production or lack of in the city attorney's office if it's not for an evaluation?
We have experience on evaluating people like spontaneously in this city. So, and it's come up with when somebody's dissatisfied with somebody, we have the right to be able to bring somebody up for evaluation. There's always a manner in it. Our procedures allow for something like that, but I think there's always an opportunity to do it.
Okay, so
it exists. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe Vaughn could answer this. In 2020, we had this discussion in closed session. Up until 2020, there was no departments in the city, in City Hall departments providing staff evaluations.
That's correct. Under the past leadership, there were no evaluations being conducted for non-SOAR employees.
Right. So I think, we all have to hold ourselves accountable, even us, when it comes to evaluations of our department heads, evaluation of our police, evaluations of our city manager, city attorney. I know Vaughn does a lot of status, provides us a lot of status. But if ultimately we're the decision makers here with regards to any given department that we have authority for, how do you evaluate if we don't know what the accomplishments are? In other words, it would take something, and I'm looking at the report, Robert, just with all fairness, I'm looking at the report back on July 9 of 23, and with respect to legal confidentials that we do get every council meeting, they're usually put out at the same time that the council agenda goes out. We get those legal confidentials, and we are given a history of a claim, of a potential litigation, et cetera, et cetera. That is somewhat like, I like that, obviously, that's great, right? Because if there's more information, obviously we go to you and we say, hey, you gave us this legal confidential, but I want more information. I don't think it's necessarily something that we're too deep in, that we're going to be, ultimately given, what do you call, no, not only that, what's that word that you guys do?
Position?
Depoed, right, depoed. I don't necessarily believe that. But I think with all fairness, I think there is a sense of needing to know the accomplishments so that then we could be readily prepared with regards to the evaluation.
But that's what I say, maybe on a quarterly basis, could give us an update of his accomplishment, what they've been doing at the office. So, but that doesn't mean it's an evaluation, okay? Because then we could come up and say, okay, so then we're going to do evaluation on an annual basis, for example, right? So if that's the case, then that's what we should do. But to me, it's sufficient because we know about his department's work because he give us those confidential memo every other 2 weeks. And then if of course, if there is more, he always call us and tell us what's going on. And then for us is, okay, so because Vaughn now give us updates every week, you know, of all the departments, of all the accomplished. So if we're going to say we want something from the attorney's office, maybe on a quarterly basis, just to give us updates of the issues they're having or not having, or what they have accomplished, how many they have to bump up. So to give us up, like he did this past weekend, right? He gave us an update on that memo that he sent on July 4th, and then he just updated and just give it to us today.
Right.
Not today, but he gave it to us last Friday. You know, so and all of us have a chance to review it, so we know it's a lot of work they do.
Okay, so can we decide on both city attorney and city manager a time in which the evaluation will be made? Is it before their third year? Because they're both contracted in their third year, right? Can we provide a timeline in which it's on record that we are supposed to be doing an evaluation that's fair to them?
Actually, the city manager could respond to because they're under
Absolutely.
contract.
In our
actually.
contract, it's the evaluation clause in there that we're evaluated annually. So as we were evaluated last month, November, we'll be evaluated again in 2025 November.
Okay, but we didn't quite finish that evaluation.
So performance evaluations can be called upon by any council members.
Okay.
So you don't have to have a regularly scheduled performance evaluation. That's the city attorney, the chief of the police department, and the city managers. Under the ordinance, the council can call for a performance evaluation at any time.
Okay.
The employment agreement does say annual performance evaluation. One thing I do want a clarification on is I'm hearing accomplishment versus status. The city attorney's status is completely confidential, whereas accomplishments for different departments are public information. That's public document.
Yeah.
So it's kind of difficult for city attorney to put out a status that's an accomplishment. It can be status of pending cases, but I can't say because so-and-so got, convicted, that's an accomplishment. It's improper and it's unethical.
Plus, you already provide the legal confidentials. That is a status.
Correct. A legal confidential memorandum is provided to council members. And also on important type of situation with status of litigation and whatnot, we have closed session where we could fully discuss in closed session. So I can provide status reports, and if it's quarterly, then I'll try to, I did provide one in July 9th, and then also my second one was late. As you can tell by these status reports, it's very lengthy. I mean, it's over 10 pages in length. So I can't really put down everything and just focus on the status reports because it takes time to compile all the cases together and everything that's been going on in the city attorney's office. So I guess I'm asking for clarification. I have no.
To the chair.
I'll pass it on to you. I'll try to be as short as possible. I really think we're on a consecutive review of what you're doing. By reviewing, the major cases are the ones that come before us that we have to pass judgment on and make decisions on. And we have the legal confidentials based on what we have and your defense of the city on these cases and the constant closed sessions that we have with city attorney. We're always constantly taking a look at how he's defending the city. I really just think that this annual evaluation, the person who asked for the annual evaluation is no longer sitting on the dais. I think possibly it almost felt like it was a concession to get that person's support. The person's no longer here. I think if possible, if there's enough consensus that we could return to the on-call evaluation that we've always had existed. But I'm willing to concede if there's a compromise to be able to ask for those quarterly reports, even though it's going to be mundane things, it's going to be mundane things. It might take them from staff, away from their regular job duties and getting things done. But if we're going to do it, one of them should coincide with the budget. So go ahead, ma'am.
So one of the things that I want to share with you is that there are other people that work here that have tons of work to do, but yet they take the time to provide us updates. You talk about you have so much work to do, but you do have staff that work for you that could potentially do that. We have Kawana, I'm going to be specific, who has been overseeing all of the city events, working 6-7 days a week, but yet she still has other responsibilities. So I'm saying that to say that you are not the only person that have a lot of work that's being taken from responsibilities. What I'm asking, I don't think is abnormal. It's something that you're not used to, and this is something that I'm asking for that is new. And yes, it is your job. That's what you were hired to do, is to do the legal confidentials. Like, that is a normal thing. But that is still not. If you were somewhere else and they ask you, how do we determine whether you get an increase? How do we look at your contract? What are we doing to make sure that you move forward financially? What is it that you need? I don't think what I'm requesting is an issue. I'm requesting it on a quarterly basis, which gives you plenty of time to have one of your staff member address this. And I'm not saying that you have to give me 10 pages, but I want to know, what do you do every day? What is it that's going on in your department? How do your employees see you as a leader? Are you really leading? Are you doing how much work are you really doing? Like, if I'm asking those questions, I don't feel like it's an issue that you think it's an issue because I'm asking you this information. Sometimes you make me feel like you have something to hide because you're fighting against providing me information that points out specifically what you're doing. So yes, you're supposed to do and hired to do legal confidentials, but I'm asking you to go a step further and provide me more in-depth information about what's going on in your department. What are your employees working on? You say you're so busy doing what? I understand that we also hire outside attorneys to do some of the things that we're doing. So I'm asking you to provide me this information so that I feel confident that we're being transparent. You are being transparent with us, letting us know what's going on. This is my personal opinion, and I'm not saying that anybody else on the dais, but I have the right as a council member that was elected by the people to question what you're doing every single day. And the fact that you say legal confidential is enough, not for me.
I'm not saying that, Councilwoman Manning. What I'm saying is that there are times I try to follow your direction of providing quarterly status report, but there are times when I'm caught up on things that I was a little late. I provided two status reports to you since July and just recently. There was 2 status reports. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm not disobeying your directive to provide quarterly report, and I'll try to make every effort to provide that status report on a quarterly basis. It just came upon me this past year that I got caught up in other things, and it was a little late. That's all. The second quarterly report was a little late. I'm not saying that I'm not going to do this. By all means, if that's the consensus of the council, that's what I'm following.
I'm saying to you, Mr. Kim, that even if it isn't the consensus of the council consensus, I'm still going to come to you and ask you for this information. Whatever they decide, I'm still going to ask for this information for you because I want to know what's going on.
Okay, if it's a directive, it requires vote of the majority of the council. But if you wanted to yourself come to my office and discuss this one-on-one at any time, I always told you, come on by the office. I'm an open book to you. You can come to me, or I could come to you. We can discuss. But in terms of giving directives, it requires the majority of the council vote.
I believe you can give us, however, the reports, one of them coinciding, as concise as possible, direct straight to the point, please. In order for you to be able to do that, to give us the information, and I think one will correspond to the time that we have the budget, the yearly budget. So I think it's reasonable to do that.
That's fine.
Just make it as concise and straight to the point. And then take feedback on maybe there's more that members of the council might need for you to add on there. When we get this next one, hey, maybe it's a little bit more. I need a little bit more on this area, et cetera. So I think we could start off. That's the best way. When I turn in stuff at work for my school, it's like I get feedback and I modify it and just increase what I'm including in my reports for myself. So I think it's reasonable, right?
So I'm making a motion that we receive quarterly reports of the city attorney's department and what? Huh?
I'll second that.
And yearly evaluation.
I'll second.
I'm going to be voting no on that because I think we shouldn't be having the yearly evaluation.
It's already in the contract. He just said that.
It is.
It's on the contract, but we can go ahead and modify those contracts. The person who
We can't
asked for
modify
that,
it now.
can we?
But Mayor, the contract's not what's on the agenda right now. You could bring something back.
So if it's already in the contract, we could debate the contract at a later time. So why include it as a motion? So why include it as part of the motion?
So that we could assure that there's annual evaluations.
Why, if it's already in the contract? We could still open it up and debate that. So if it's already included in the contract, it's already guaranteed, isn't that?
Yeah, but for the sake of just transparency and just being, following the agendized
The
item.
logic is incorrect, but we'll take the motion. We could still debate the frequency of evaluations later.
There's a motion and there's a second. Let's call for a vote.
Excuse me, I'm the one that's running the meetings. You
Yeah,
need to
but
wait till I call for the votes.
Councilmember,
You need to wait till I call for the votes, okay?
hold
You keep
on.
interrupting.
No, I'm not interrupting. We're
You
having
did that
a
a couple
discussion.
times today.
We're
I need you
having
to
a
hold your tongue while I
discussion.
speak.
No, don't tell me to hold my tongue.
Because I'm the one that's
Because
calling for
you're
the
doing
vote.
the same thing.
I'm the one that's calling for the vote.
We have a motion and a second, just like you did with the item that
I'm
we
the
just
one
for
that calls for the
McDonald's.
motion in the
We have
second.
a-
Learn your rules.
No, learn your rules, because half the time you're not paying attention. So I'm
Learn
calling
your
a
rules.
motion and a second.
Fully disrespectful, and
not
exactly that's going to be
disrespectful.
cupping.
It's not
Learn
disrespectful.
learn your place. You're not the mayor. You don't run the meetings.
I
Please vote.
just said that.
Wait.
The votes are in. The votes are in. The voting reflects Mayor Pro Tem Katrina Manning, Mayor Alex Vargas, Angie Reyes English voting yes, Councilwoman Faye Johnson voting no, Alex Montero abstaining.
Next item, go ahead for your discussion.
Okay, can you hear me? All right, so in the what you just seen displayed just happened just now is why I am suggesting the standard of behavior that promote civility at all of our public and private meetings. As we continue to work together as a city council, it's important that we uphold the highest standards of professionalism in our discussion. We each bring a unique perspective and value insight to the table. It is essential that we engage one another in a way that fosters collaboration and respect. Our role as public servants require us to set examples for our community, showing that we can work together to find solutions even if we don't always agree. By focusing on the issues at hand and giving each other space to speak and be heard, we can create a productive, drama-free environment where everyone's voice is valued. Community, showing that we can work together to find solutions even when we don't agree. Let's commit to maintaining a respectful tone in all of our meetings, working together with the common goal of serving the city of Hawthorne and making decisions that benefit our community. These standards would serve as a reminder to all council members and attendees the importance of respectful dialogue, active listening, and focusing on the issue at hand. By setting clear expectations for behavior, when we can ensure that our discussions remain productive, inclusive, respectful, and allowing us to better serve our community. I believe that this simple practice can go a long way in promoting unity and creating a positive environment for everyone that's involved. I would appreciate your consideration of this request. This is a standard that I am asking the mayor to implement at the beginning of our council meetings. To treat everyone courteously, listen to others respectfully, exercise self-control, give an open-minded consideration to all viewpoints, focus on the issues and avoid personalizing the debate. Embrace respect, disagreement, and dissent as democratic rights, inherent components of an inclusive public process, and tools for forging sound decisions. Again, I am asking our mayor to implement this in our meetings prior to our implementing before our council meetings so that we set the tone for the rest of the meetings and how it should go. Thank you.
To the chair. Vaughn, is it possible to find out what, because I thought we did have a code of conduct. Do we have a code of conduct?
Yes, we do. I can bring that back as a staff report in January if you desire.
And while you're doing that, is it possible to see what maybe some of the surrounding cities, their code of conduct looks like?
Absolutely, I can do that.
Okay.
Through the chair. Can we also include in closed session?
For this item?
Absolutely. If we're going to be, transparent and call it out, it's got to be across the board. Closed session and on council. And there is a code of conduct because it came up during the time that there was folks tabling and being very disrespectful to council members that were approaching the tables to get information, and there was this, behavior that was, uncalled for. So there is a code of conduct with regards to our vendors, with regards to our commissioners, and moreover, let's make that go clear across the board for all commissioners included in the item 20.
Okay, we will bring this item back as a closed session with a staff report. Thank you.
To the chair.
Yes.
If you bring it back, Vaughn, bring it to the second meeting in January, please. because I'll not be here on the first meeting in January.
For the record, can you provide that date, council member?
Yeah.
The second meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me see. What is the second meeting?
Third item?
Thank you, Mayor. This is regarding telehelp, and
28.
You had him 21.
No.
21.
It's 21.
Oh.
28.
What's the list of
okay, sorry. The yearly evaluation. We had a discussion previously, and I am bringing this up just to make sure that we are definitely, it was made mention by Council Member Reyes that we were not doing yearly evaluations. And so I'm just bringing it to make sure that we are doing this evaluations for the staff. And I am asking that we also include peer review for the department heads.
If possible, I'd like to bring up our HR Director, Erica Lampkin, to speak about what the city is doing currently.
Okay.
Erica?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, remaining council members. Currently, we are evaluating staff annually. They are being evaluated from July 1st through June 30th, so it works on the fiscal year. All evaluations are turned into HR, me. I review every single evaluation sent to me and sign off on it, and then they are placed in the personnel files. Staff is able to review their department head. There is an evaluation for their department head at the end of the evaluation that is completed on the staff, but there is not a department head to department head review at this time.
Okay, thank you.
You're
To
welcome.
the chair. What does peer review of department heads, is that what you just said, that there's not a department head to employee, or?
No, city manager evaluates all department heads, but there is not a peer-to-peer, so my peer would be these people here. We don't evaluate each other.
Got
But
it.
our staff, the people that we supervise, can evaluate us, and that is placed in the file.
I'm sorry. What's more comfortable? What works for Vaughn? What works for you all and you as HR?
For me, the way we're doing it is, I would say, the most appropriate option.
The annual.
The annual, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Vaughn,
Yes, ma'am.
similar?
Absolutely. I think this is a new process. We've been conducting it for 3.5 years. It was a journey to get there, and I would hate to disturb it currently. I think that everyone's still mastering the current evaluation form. So I would ask the council to leave as is, and maybe we look at if any modifications are needed, that we look at this maybe next year. But all staff 100% is being evaluated at City Hall. There's a portion of the evaluation that my peers, my colleagues can evaluate me. I take that openly if they need to. So I think things are working well, the way we're conducting business.
So we're good on 21? It sounds like that they already do.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we were still doing it.
Absolutely.
Because of what Councilwoman had mentioned, I just wanted to make sure. So I'm fine with leaving it as is. I just wanted to make sure that we were still doing it.
It is happening.
Thank you.
To the chair, just real quick, Erica.
Yes.
If you find someone that's not performing, is there a performance improvement process that they would go through at that time? Do you
Yes,
have
it is.
that? Okay.
Yes, we do have the performance improvement plan.
And then as far as peer reviews go, I find that those are probably done the best when you're in a leadership class, and they actually have software that you can use to send out to folks for them to rate you so that you can get an honest opinion. But I'm not sure peer review is something that would work in any other setting.
Well, if from a personal standpoint, peer review can get at our level, and I'm talking about here, can get you can get bogged down, and it could actually hinder the progress, because they are not usually done in anonymity. They are done one-on-one or face-to-face or even in a group setting. And I think City Manager has done a great job in bringing us together and making us a cohesive team. And I think it would take us backwards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 22, you ready for item
Yeah,
22?
thank you, Mayor. The last thing that I am requesting, telehealth, I was wondering if maybe you could come back and do a presentation. I have I have a request of things that I would like to get an update on, and I can provide you the documentation of what I would like to see. Some of the things that I would request would be budget allocation, data tracking, client volume. Are you collecting health insurance from the folks that you serve? Are you, how are the mental health providers being compensated for their services? Treatment plans, do the providers prescribe medication or recommend other forms of treatment? Is there follow-up care after they see you? What are some of the outcomes and the impact of the work that you're doing? And then are you providing therapeutic interventions? And what are those therapeutic approaches and inventions? How are they being utilized? And retention strategies. So these are some of the things that I was trying to get some matrix on. And then one of the biggest things in terms of data tracking, I know that the last time you told us that you had not had software, and I'm just wondering if you can answer this question, have you purchased software yet to do tracking? Yes.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Yes, we do have software. We currently use TherapyMate that all the therapists use for their, it's HIPAA regulated, so they enter all their notes, information. All the clients can look at all their sessions live as they go.
But I was just wondering, like, the data software you have, can you use that to give us an update? Like, how many people are you servicing?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Those are some of the things that I was requesting, so I could provide you
Yes, of
this
course.
document that's asking, like, basically, what are the outcomes? Is, how do we judge whether the
We have all of those
program
answers,
is
yeah.
working? So I just wanted to get those numbers.
We have all of those.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you allow to share that document with me, I will
yeah.
electronically share that with
Okay.
Mr. Rambo and make sure that this information is provided to you. Clarity I would need, do you want this back in a written update, or would you like a presentation?
I would love to have it in a presentation as well as
A written update?
yeah. Or he can give us a copy of the presentation. But definitely, I would love you to come back and do a presentation. That way, the community know the work that you're doing, the impact that it's having on the community, and whether moving forward, how important it is, and so that the community know that we're working for them, and this is the outcome of the work that we're doing, and that the money that's being spent to support this work makes a difference.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
To the chair.
Yes.
I love this idea. Can we also add demographics to that? Who are you servicing, male, female, age group, and are they Hawthorne residents?
Yes, got it.
And then are the people that, just out of curiosity, because I don't know, the people that work the telehealth van, are they licensed professional therapists, social workers? What are they?
They are. They're either LCSWs or MSWs.
Okay.
And supervised, of course. And most of the questions we already have answered in terms of we don't accept insurance. When you guys pay, it covers the therapy sessions completely 100%.
Okay.
So, so a
Yeah,
lot of those
and
answers we have.
we're still going to want to see that in
Of
the
course.
report.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll
Yeah.
take care of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. I concur.
Okay, thank you.
That's it for me.
Right.
Thank you.
Elected officials reports. Ms. City Treasurer. City Treasurer.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for hanging in, continuing to be here this late, a rare occasion. But I wanted to wish you all a happy holidays, Merry Christmas. We won't be back until after the New Year, so I wish many of you and your families a happy New Year. I commend the staff for still being here so late. You guys have had a long day, longer than most of us. So I commend you guys for still being here. Even though I couldn't say when he was here, I wanted to commend Senator Bradford on a job well done in his years of service. And his staff has always been amazing and accessible. I didn't get to say anything, but I appreciated David Patterson being here in his years of service. I've known him quite a long time, and I'll personally thank him, but he had always came out when I worked at Cimarron Elementary to help us out with, speaking at our Million Father March. If I ever needed help when I was feeding needy families every year, he always pitched in out of his own pocket to help me feed many of the needy families at school. So I wish him the best of luck, and I've always appreciated his financial prowess. So to all of you, to Faye, welcome to the party, right? Right. But really, I wish you all the best and a happy holiday. And a pre-birthday for me. My birthday is next week, so yay. But thank you all and have a good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. City Clerk.
Happy holidays to everyone. It's been a long night, so I'll keep my comments very short. This weekend, Saturday, is the food drive. Would love to have anyone who is in need of food, or if you have neighbors, elderly especially, who need food, please don't hesitate to reach out to my office. And happy holidays, everyone. Welcome, Faye. Congratulations, Mayor Vargas again, Councilwoman Reyes English. And thanks, everyone. Good night.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll ask Faye Judson, Councilwoman.
Okay. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We'll see you next year. I only have one ask of the council, that we close in memory of Joshua Fernandez. He's Layla's son. They're very active in the community, been in the community a long time. He even went through the CERN training and participated in many of the North Hawthorne events, and even drove in the city's 100th parade. So he left behind a daughter, 10 years old. And so they do have a GoFundMe account set up, and if I could send that to you, Vaughn, and you send it out to the other council members, just if we could close in memory of that and support them in any way that we can.
Councilmember Montero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, good evening to everyone. Thank you for still some residents still here after 11, and I appreciated all your comments. And let me just reiterate that, for us, business in Hawthorne is important, but also the residents is important, public safety is important. So that is where we give direction to make sure that we accommodate those two, because we cannot live without one another. So that's the beauty of compromise, and I'm glad to see that McDonald's is willing to do more to prevent traffic accident, or even to do more for the public safety in that area. Like I said, I have witnessed several incidents on Inglewood Avenue. So I appreciate all the residents who came and talked and sent me emails, text message. Your voice was heard, and even I was dreaming about this the whole weekend, what was going to happen. But thank you for coming. I want to say thank you to all of those for Thanksgiving, because we usually we provide. Turkeys. We did over here the Operation Gobble with Councilwoman English. The Chamber of Commerce gave turkeys, and then the Connected Credit Union gave 25 family gift cards and food. So thank you to all those organizations that provide food to the community. We did attend the South Bay WIB annual award at the Intuit Dome, and so it was good to be there. Some residents of Hawthorne get jobs and trained, so that's pretty good. Of course, the Sanitation District Board and the South Bay COG and the CPA. I'm going to talk a little bit about the South Bay COG in a minute. I just want to say, happy holidays, happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, all of those good holidays that are coming. Enjoy it and be safe. But I want to say thank you to the staff. Look, this beautiful news city view. Ron and the staff, the community service, and our communication, beautiful city view. So I hope you have a chance to see that, because it's online, right? So.
Yes, it's online, and we have copies, limited copies of this newsletter in each department. And if I can add to this, Eric Chavez, our supervisor in our media department, he has to take credit for that. He's done a great job. It was his idea, and he stayed consistent the last year, providing information to the community as we see fit.
Yeah, and it's beautiful, and also, look, we have on the front page, the Tapville is a new restaurant in Hawthorne, right there on Rose Crenshaw, across SpaceX, right? And that place is beautiful. Go visit it, okay? Because they have good food. They have draft beers and wine and margaritas, and it's fantastic. So go visit that. They have happy hours. So go over there, and it's a beautiful place, very, very good space to be enjoyed and have fun. So go visit, okay? I just want to mention that, the City of Hawthorne, for the second year, through the South Bay COG, the South Bay City of Council of Governors, and the SoCal RAND, award Hawthorne an award with a gold level achievement for everything that we do about energy and climate recognition program. So because Hawthorne did plant about 80 trees, they install LED lights on the sports centers and the Jim Thorpe Park. They upgrade the police department lighting to LED, and several other energy climate initiative that for second year we receive gold. And believe it or not, from the 18 cities, we were only the second one getting gold 2 years in a row. So thank you, Public Works, Akbar and Selena and all the staff of Public Work, and all of those who participate in this, because it's very good, because I'm hoping that they'll come up with some platinum awards, so we'll get that too. So thank you, and good night, and happy holidays to all of you. Oh, and congratulations to all the re-elected officials on this dais, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman English, and welcome Faith Johnson, and I see she's going to be a very good asset to us. So thank you, and have a good night.
Councilwoman English, Reyes English.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Real quick, I just want to acknowledge and recognize everyone that assisted on the 17th annual Operation Gobble. It was a team effort, especially from Public Works Department. Thank you for your help. And thank you to the department heads for offering the annual support from that department, specifically the men and women of Public Works. And it elates me to know that we're providing turkeys for our staff too, not just the community. And this year we were able to give out probably a little over maybe 400, a little bit more maybe, And I thank everybody, including the supporters that contribute to that. And these are either businesses or stores or individuals that have been giving annually to assure that needy families that need a turkey every year are given a turkey and the fixings. So thank you for that. And kudos to Channel 22 who brought that to the residents. And I hope that more folks sign up for it, because every year I hear the same thing. I didn't know anything about it. But if you follow Instagram, social media from City of Hawthorne, you're going to learn a lot of events taking place. So just follow on social media. Thank you, South Bay Web, for the award ceremony we did at Intum Dome. That was a great success. There was a lot of people. Couldn't believe South Bay Web is, recognized widely in the South Bay region and Los Angeles, and provides youth training in apprenticeship programs, but more importantly, jobs. And so for what they do, Jan Vogel and his team, kudos and congratulations. I also want to acknowledge our staff here in the City of Hawthorne. Again, our Public Works Department with regards to our Energy Efficiency and Sustainability Award. Kudos to everyone that worked on that, including the grants and things that are ultimately implemented. I love the fact that we're implementing some of these efficiencies, effective efficiencies with regards to sustainability in energy across the board with regards to our new 3 capital projects that are in the pipeline, which include the City Hall project, the Public Works Yard project, and our Senior Center. And so kudos to staff, and I love the fact that we continue to engage also our community with regards to panels, solar panels, and things that makes their homes efficient as well. So we want to continue to grow in those efforts so that there are choices. We don't necessarily have to follow the rule of thumb that has been, centuries in the making. I think when we strive to do better and to do more with regards to efficiency, we're all contributing to a better world, a better climate, a better environment. And so that's my hope as I lead efforts in the same with Councilmember Montero. And more to come, absolutely. I want to just make sure and give direction, Vaughn. I know that I've been working very hard with CERT, our Certified Emergency, it's actually the Community Emergency Response Team. There was a great turnout of over 30 individuals that attended the 8-hour course for 3 Saturdays in a row. I'd like to ultimately bring them to council so that we could recognize them here and provide them their certificate of recognition and completion. I also want to make sure in a second directive to assure that they're getting the radios that they requested some time ago, that I made a directive some time ago, that the leadership for CERT, including Mr. English, that works directly with them, is given the funding that is necessary that was already forwarded and passed with regards to the funding for the radios that they need. And then I also want to work collectively with CERT to address additional needs that they have, and that includes our own container here in Hawthorne that would be used to house all the necessary tools that are needed in case of an emergency. And that includes, we all know that that includes sometimes food, perishable food, things that is packaged, things that is offered in the community should there be an emergency. We also have instructions on what we need for your house in case of an earthquake. And we all know that we've been getting more and more earthquakes here lately. So I want to be able to just assure that we have a container here in our city that could house all of the needs that we're going to need, and ultimately, collectively, the equipment and the tools. And that includes workable radios and sufficient radios to have enough for our CERT volunteers that will help us here in our city. CERT is a tri-city effort, which includes the city of Gardena, Lawndale, Lomita, and Hawthorne. So anybody interested on CERT, please make sure to contact the city, and we could give you the next classes that are going to be offered here in Hawthorne to take your training. I want to let everyone know that we have Elves Workshop drop-off toys. The elves are working hard. We have drop-off boxes that we've put throughout our city so that you could come by and drop off toys. We've got one, I believe, in our our police station. We have one here at our admin offices in City Hall. We have some at the Rec and Park Center, and I believe we have one at our local library here behind us. So the theme is basically to collect toys so that we could be able to provide those to the children on December 20th. So up until December 20th, we are receiving toys. So if your organization, your groups, nonprofit organizations, yourself individually, if you'd like to contribute toys, there are boxes stationed throughout the city so that you could make your contribution, and we greatly appreciate that. The Holiday Festival Toy Giveaway is going to be December 20th from 5 to 8 p.m. here at City Hall, where we've been hosting that for the last number of years now, in collaboration with, we're going to offer that with Car Club Champions. That's also going to be bringing those toys in their vehicles here to City Hall. There's going to be space and supplies that are limited, I must mention that, and each child must be registered and present to receive a toy, and that's going to be ages 0 to 15. And we're going to work very hard to make sure that we've got bikes donated, as we've been doing for the last several years. My goal is 25 or more bikes so that we could have a raffle and kids can go away with bikes. And that's going to be, again, December 20th from 5 to 8 p.m. However, we're collecting toys now. I just want to, again, thank everyone that assisted me in my efforts to be reelected. I really, appreciate the calls that I received, the encouragement and support. It was overwhelming, but I appreciate that, and I'm glad that I was able to make new relationships and new contacts. Something that I'll continue to do in my post here on, along with council members. To the residents of Ramona, I'm here, and we're going to continue to work to assure that your issues are addressed with regards to the public safety and quality of life, in spite of anything that wasn't in our favor. So we're going to continue to do that, and I believe beyond the opening of McDonald's. So with that, and I need to just say it again, I support business. Just this one looks a little different for me, that's all. To my Reyes family from Idaho, I know you're watching. Thank you so much for the flowers that I received today. I know that it's hard sometimes to travel for such far distance, but I see you, and I thank you for your support from afar, and look forward to traveling home. However, I got summons for jury duty. Oh no! Starting December 23rd. Monday, December 23rd. Who does that? There is a Grinch somewhere. There is. Oh, well, I'm just going to do it because after you serve, they don't contact you for 2 years. So I'm just going to do it, and maybe I'll be in Idaho for the new year. But thank you, everyone. Appreciate, especially our department heads. I know you guys, have a long night. We truly appreciate you. We really do. Look forward to our luncheon, our holiday luncheon.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Hello. Going to mention I forgot to mention the Wordly. So we had the Wordly right in front of us translated in Spanish. So I want to say thank you to the staff. I know the IT department, especially Josh over there from the police department, and you guys work on to put the Wordly in our computer. So thank you, and I can see all the Spanish word go up there. So thank you very much.
Let's go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll go back. It's fine. Okay.
Happy holidays and have a happy new year. Thank you.
Look at that. All right, you go back.
Thank you, Mayor. And you know what? I wrote it down right here, Wordly. This is the first night this evening, and it's translating for me in Spanish. Wordly is our new tool that we're using to be able to have community engagement based off of the language that folks speak. I couldn't be more prouder. Para la gente, comunidad en la latina, en la comunidad de Hawthorne, muchas gracias por su apoyo y gracias para regresarme a trabajar contigo y luchar para las cosas que es importante más. Gracias. Hey!
That was good. That was pretty darn good, yeah. All right. So, all right, thank you guys. Everybody good? All right, so, so I want to thank everybody out there for being here today and for listening. And of course, the Ramona residents have, you know, valid concerns, and I think we're going to implement solutions. One thing that I would have wanted to hear more of from the community and from the groups is how do we make it safer? What are the solutions? It's easier to complain about something, but can we find the solutions on how to make things right for that area, how to make it work? So I think I would have loved to have heard that a little bit more. But regardless, I think a lot of the residents were supportive based on their feedback, etc. So thank you for being here today. You know, thank you to the voters once more for myself being elected. My mom, my dad, and my sister, and my nephew, and my brother-in-law, and my brother, Jerry, are in Texas right now. They're watching from afar. They went to visit my sister who lives in Round Rock, Texas. So they were over there. They're watching probably right now. So I want to say hello to them. My girlfriend who lives in further down south is watching as well. So I say hi to her too. So hello to Dr. Rosie. So thank you guys all for for your support. Very important. And so I want to congratulate my colleagues, Faye Johnson, for being newly elected, and for my sister right here. We sure act like brother and sister here sometimes, but you know, she knows we came in at the same time in 2009, and we're here still. So there's, you know, I think we're gonna be okay. All right, I think we're gonna sort everything out, and she knows that. She knows where my heart is at. So we went through some difficult moments, you know, whatever, running around and, you know, throwing snowballs at each other. But for the sake of the residents, we're going to sort everything out and make everything work, right? And for the Mayor Pro Tem, looking forward to making some good things happen. And we already see the elements of your suggestions on a lot of different things. Councilmember Montero as well. I think we just approach things differently and just kind of go into the new year with you know, hitting the ground running and doing some good things, okay? That's pretty much it. So thank you guys all for being here, sir.
We're going to close the meeting tonight?
Yes, okay. Yes, absolutely. And of course, man, it was just so horrible to hear that Joshua Fernandez passed away. Whether everybody, you know, activists, you know, people who, you know, are here, you know, talking about the different issues, et cetera, no matter what position, what side of the issues you are, we still got to recognize that without the feedback from the residents, whether for or against something that we talk about, it always tempers and leads us into the right direction and makes us aware of the different things that are of concern to the community. We shouldn't invalidate those things, et cetera. And Joshua Fernandez was active in giving feedback as well. So his mother, Lely Fernandez, is the one who used to come. Lely Fernandez's son. Yeah, so, you know, regardless, you know.
She was even here tonight.
She was here tonight still supporting us as a council and a community. So, I mean, it was hard, you know. It was kind of sad going visiting the mom, and they still had, like, my sign right there that he put up on the tree. It just hurt, you know. But so if we could just close the meeting out for them. Oh, thank you to my brother, John Vargas, and his wife, Jessica, and for Camila, which is the oldest young girl. And then there's Ariana, and then there was Melania, who was the youngest one. So they were here, and, you know, so yeah, you know, Angie remembers my brother Johnny.
Are we doing the employees' holiday to be gone?
I don't know.
Can you address that?
Before I close out, in memory of Mr. Josh Fernandez, go ahead and pose a question.
Thank you, City Manager Vaughn. I'd like to be able to provide our city employees with a rest during our December holiday. I'd like to see that we could work out like we did last year in giving staff off through returning back on the 30th, right?
Yes,
No.
Currently, we have agenda item that was passed earlier this year that City Hall will be closed from December 24th to January 3rd.
Okay, so we return back the
We're open
6th.
on the 23rd and the 30th of December.
Okay, great.
All
I
right,
just
so-
wanted to make sure we had that on record.
So, yeah, okay, that's fine. But in the future, if we're gonna do something different, we gotta really plan it out a little bit further, ahead of time.
It was
so
planned
that-
out. It was
No,
planned
in the
out.
future, if we're gonna do something,
It's planned out 6 months ago.
no, I know, but it sounded like we were gonna introduce something different. So if we are gonna do something, let's just make sure we get it right
Okay.
when we do make the decisions.
We'll do it in July.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
But, yes, hey, guys, there's a lot of things happening out there. I think we're gonna end the new year, the year with a lot of great things that have happened in Hawthorne, but there's just a lot of things changing in the world, man. You have a new change of government federally here, right? In our federal government. You got the toppling of a dictatorship over there in Syria that I never thought was gonna ever happen. We get people really voicing their opinions on the healthcare situation. How, not a lot of people happy with that, but I mean, there's a certain way of expressing yourself, and there's certain acceptable things and certain things you shouldn't be doing. So I just think that there's a lot to be thankful for, and at least on our end, we can take care of what we have control over here in the city of Hawthorne. So let's just have a moment of silence for Mr. Joshua Fernandez. May he rest in peace. Okay. This meeting's adjourned at 11:40.